The story began with a girl named Soren. She was a lawyer, and on this day, she stood outside the door of a hotel room. Her heart felt restless, because no matter how many times she came here, she always grew nervous. The reason for her nervousness was the person waiting inside. She reminded herself that she had faced this many times, but it was never easy to get used to. Still, she hoped that maybe today her struggle would finally come to an end. She had arrived 10 minutes earlier than the appointed time. When she rang the bell, no one answered. For a moment, she assumed that perhaps no one was inside. She searched for her key, thinking she might enter first. Just then, the door opened and a tall, handsome man appeared before her. His name was Beek Kango, and he was her client. Kango looked at her with surprise, noticing that she had come early. Soren explained that it was already 5 o'clock and almost time for the meeting. But Kango told her that he believed the meeting was scheduled for 7 o'clock instead. She insisted that the message from his secretary clearly mentioned 5. Kango suggested that either she had misunderstood or his secretary had made a mistake, and asked her to check again. When Soren looked at her phone, she realized that the time was indeed 7. She had made the mistake. Feeling embarrassed, she apologized for arriving too early and said she would return at the correct time. But Kango asked her to come inside and wait. Though Soren stepped in, she could not shake the feeling that his eyes carried more of a warning than kindness. He excused himself, saying he had work to finish, and went into his room. As she waited, Soren thought back to their past. Kango had once been her senior at the same university. During those college days, he was popular and admired by everyone. He had even helped her once back then, though she was certain he would not remember such a small event that had happened nearly 10 years ago. After some time, Kango returned and asked her for the contract. This was the contract marriage agreement between him and his company team leader, Naren. Soren opened the file and carefully explained all the details to him. She reminded him that once Naren arrived, they could finalize the agreement and sign it, since that day was meant to be the official closing. At that very moment, Naren entered the room. Instead of directly addressing the contract, she shocked everyone by announcing that she was pregnant. The atmosphere shifted instantly. Kango, unable to believe her words, asked if she was joking, but Naren insisted she was not. She told him they had known each other for a long time, and she would never lie about such a thing. To prove her words, she even showed medical reports. Kango stood up, declaring that she should give birth and that he would take responsibility for the child. But Naren looked at him with frustration. She told him that the baby was not his. Still, he turned to Soren, asking whether it was possible to add the child into their marriage contract. Naren grew angry and reminded him that she doesn't want to marry him because she was carrying a child she intended to raise. She shouted that it was not his child and that she wished to live her own life raising the baby. Kango demanded to know about the father of the child, but Naren replied that the father did not know and that she had no intention of telling him. Kango, still upset, accused her of being reckless, of possibly getting involved with a gangster, and questioned what kind of trouble she had gotten herself into. Naren defended herself, saying she was not that kind of woman, and insisted she could handle both her work and the contract on her own. Meanwhile, Soren silently wished she could disappear. She did not want to be caught in the middle of their heated argument. Then, Naren suddenly turned to her and asked personal questions. She wanted to know if Soren was single, if she had a boyfriend, or if she had a child. She even said that even if Soren had a child, Kango would raise it anyway. Kango tried to stop her from dragging Soren into the matter, but Naren continued. She claimed that Kango's grandfather did not care who the bride was, and that Soren was the only one who knew all the details about the contract marriage. Kango firmly told her to stop, but Naren went on, saying that things were not as terrible as they seemed. She added that though Kango might appear harsh, he was actually a smart and good man. She warned Soren that life with him would be difficult, but then directly asked her whether she would marry Kango. Just as she spoke those words, Kango stepped forward and stopped her. Naren looked at Kango and told him he was being rude, reminding him that she was a pregnant woman. But Kango had already lost his patience. He told her firmly that it was enough and that she could leave. Naren then asked if that meant he was not going to marry her. He answered that he was not. Smiling faintly, she said they would see each other at work, and then she left, leaving only Soren and Kengo in the room. Kengo sat in silence, deep in thought. He reminded himself that there were only 2 months left until the end of the year. If he failed to find someone willing to agree and sign the contract marriage, he would be in serious trouble. At that moment, Soren quietly brought him a glass of water and asked him to drink. While he sipped, he told her that they would now have to revise the contract they had been working on. But before he could continue, Soren suddenly asked what he thought about her. Her words shocked him. She then said clearly that she was willing to be the one to marry him. Kengo looked at her with disbelief and asked why it had to be her. Soren steadied herself and thought that she needed to be confident. She explained that, objectively speaking, she matched most of the requirements he wanted in a marriage partner. Kengo asked her what those requirements could be. Soren calmly explained that she had no romantic interest in him, so a marriage of convenience would work. She promised she would not disturb him with unnecessary demands, and he would also gain an advantage because of her profession. Since she was a lawyer, he would never need to hire another for his legal matters. In simple terms, she could be both his wife and his lawyer, saving his time and resources. She told him that no one else could offer such convenience. Kengo then asked her one question. Since when had she been thinking about this? And did she perhaps like him before? Soren quickly denied it, saying absolutely not. For her, the contract was only a job from the beginning, and even now it remained so. She explained that because of his busy schedule, he would struggle to find another suitable person in time, while she had simply realized she could fit the conditions. She said she was ready to marry him if he had no objection, though she admitted she could never replace team leader Naren. It was only a suggestion based on mutual benefit. Kengo repeated her words, asking if it was truly benefit for both of them. Soren told him he was free to give his opinion or reject the idea if he wished. In her heart, however, she reminded herself that she had prepared many backup options in case of misfortune. Still, marrying Kengo would be the strongest option of all, even stronger than every other plan combined. She knew Kengo had no choice but to marry within the year, so the advantage was on her side. She decided that this time, she held the upper hand. She told him that he could take his time and give his answer later, and she stood up to leave. But before she could go, Kengo stepped closer to her and asked if she had a boyfriend. Soren froze in shock, wondering how he could possibly know. Kengo repeated his words, saying that she had a boyfriend, but still wanted to marry him. Soren quickly denied it, explaining that she was not in a relationship at that moment. But in her heart, she knew the real reason she desperately wanted this marriage was because of her so-called ex-boyfriend. Her thoughts drifted back to her ex, Jin Sang. Even after their breakup, he continued to irritate her, constantly showing up and bothering her. She had told him not to meet her again, but he ignored her and pretended to care by bringing her coffee. She never accepted it. In frustration, she even threatened him, warning that if he came again, she would file a restraining order. It had been 10 months since their breakup. They had parted ways because Jin Sang had cheated on her. At first, she thought she would be able to move on, but after a few months he began to bother her again. He would call her repeatedly, send countless texts and emails, and never leave her alone. The constant harassment left her mentally exhausted. Once, she had even shared her problem with a friend. The friend asked how she planned to get rid of Jin Sang. Soren told her that she was thinking of getting married. Her friend was surprised and said she made it sound far too casual. But Soren explained that once she was a married woman, Jin Sang would finally have no place in her life. Day by day, she grew busier, and marriage seemed like the strongest shield she could build for herself. Soren often wondered where she would ever find the time to search for a man to marry, especially someone like CEO Kengo. But when she heard that Naren was already considering her as a possible replacement for the role of contract wife, she realized that the perfect opportunity had fallen right into her hands. Returning to the present, Kengo looked at her with seriousness and warned that she would regret her decision. But Soren replied calmly in her heart that she never made decisions she would later regret. Hearing her confidence, Kengo finally told her to prepare the contract. Soren agreed and left. Later, as Kengo drove home in his car, he could not stop thinking about the situation. He wondered if this was real or if it was only a dream, that he was actually going to marry Soren. His mind drifted back to nearly a month earlier. At that time, his grandfather had invited him to lunch. Kengo had refused, saying he was busy with work. But then his grandmother had said something that shook him. He told him that his grandfather's end was near. Shocked, Kengo had immediately gotten into his car and rushed to his grandfather's home. When he arrived, his grandfather told him firmly that if he did not marry within the year, then he would die with regret. Kengo had asked who had said such a thing, and his grandfather had replied that it was Shaman Kim. Kengo had dismissed it, saying he was leaving, but his grandfather stopped him and reminded him that Shaman Kim was an old friend of his grandmother and had never been wrong before. The old man recalled how back in high school, the shaman had warned that Kengo would fall sick if he attended school in the East, and that prediction had turned out to be true when he caught a terrible cold. Kengo argued that it had only been a coincidence, but his grandfather urged him to think rationally. He reminded him that his last wish in life had always been to see his grandson married. Now that death was drawing near, his only hope was that Kengo would grant this wish. The grandfather then said that he had heard Kengo had a girlfriend and wondered why the marriage was being delayed, if that was true. Kengo stayed silent because the story of a girlfriend was nothing but a lie. Instead, he stood up and said he would leave. But his grandfather had one more card to play. He warned that if Kengo refused to marry, then he would withdraw his investment from Kengo's company. Kengo was stunned and asked what investment he meant. The old man explained that a few years earlier, he had been given a list of small businesses to invest in. He had approved it without much thought, but later discovered that the CEO of one of those businesses was none other than Kengo himself. Knowing his grandson's pride, he had kept quiet, but the truth was that much of Kengo's company had been supported with his money. Now he demanded that Kengo bring the woman he intended to marry to meet him before the end of the month, and to hold a wedding ceremony before the year was over. If Kengo refused, then he would take back his investment. Kengo accused his grandfather of using wealth to force his power, but the old man only replied that he was retired and waiting for death, and that the only thing left he wanted to see was his grandson's marriage, even if it meant spending all that he owned. Later, as Kengo sat in his car, he felt restless. He tugged at his shirt, unable to bear anything tight around his neck, a sign of his obsessive-compulsive habits. His chest tightened as he thought about his grandfather's words. The thought of the old man dying pained him deeply. He knew that if it ever happened, he would regret not fulfilling his wish. He admitted to himself that he had no warm memories with women, only cold and terrifying ones. But then a memory returned to him of one girl, just once, long ago. That girl had been Soren. As he drove, he suddenly noticed Soren walking in front of his car. He hesitated, wondering if he should bump into her by accident and pretend it was not intentional, just to see if she still remembered him. But then he saw something else. A man appeared behind her and placed his coat over her shoulders. That man was Jin Sang. Kengo recognized him immediately. Jin Sang was his relative. Jin Sang and Soren had been in a relationship for 10 long years. Their bond seemed so strong that no one could possibly separate them. Yet for someone watching from outside, it was too painful to see. Unable to bear it any longer, he quietly drove away in his car, leaving the scene behind. In the present the next day, Soren went with Kengo to try on her wedding gown. The staff at the store kept praising her beauty. Soren, however, felt that all the flattery was nothing more than excellent customer service meant to secure money. In her mind, she complained that her ears were about to bleed from listening to endless compliments. She wondered how many dresses she had already tried and longed to return home soon. At that moment, one of the staff members commented that the groom must be very happy to have found such a beautiful bride. Kengo, who was sitting in front of them, remained quiet and still. Watching him, Soren thought that this must be quite annoying for him, wasting time in such a setting for the sake of a contract marriage. She admitted to herself that she could never understand such feelings. Another staff member then asked Kengo which dress, among all the ones she had tried, he thought suited Soren the most. Soren noticed that his expression already showed irritation, and she feared that this question would only annoy him further. Kengo finally replied in a calm voice. He said that he didn't feel the need to choose because every gown looked beautiful. To him, his future wife would look lovely in anything, so there was nothing to compare. Hearing this, Soren was taken aback, as she had not expected such an answer. She thought about how perfect the image he portrayed seemed, but deep inside, she suspected he was calculating something in his head. In truth, Kengo was silently debating between the gowns. He found the second one very elegant, but the first was also striking. The third and fourth looked just as charming. He realized he couldn't choose because each dress was beautiful, making it a difficult decision. Later, the two sat together in the car. Soren thought about how they had just chosen her wedding gown and wondered if they were already on the way to his house to pay respects. She questioned what kind of journey she had gotten herself into. Kengo, sensing something, asked if he was making her uncomfortable. Soren outwardly assured him that she was fine, but inside, she admitted to herself that she was indeed very uneasy. Her smile could not fully hide the truth, and Kengo seemed to notice. To explain her nervousness, she said that it was her first time experiencing such things, and though she was anxious, she believed she would adjust soon. Inside her heart, she thought that once the wedding was over, both of them would become busy with their own separate lives. It would naturally turn into a marriage where they did not interfere much in each other's existence. Until then, they only had to get along. Soon, they arrived at his grandfather's house. Soren looked at the large home and wondered whether it was a house or a whole village. Back in her university days, there had been many rumors about Kengo's mysterious background. One of those rumors was that he was the son of a very wealthy man, and now she realized it was true. She worried that his family might accuse her of trapping their son and feared that she might have stepped into a situation she could not handle. She questioned whether she had dug her own grave by entering this place, and even wondered if it would be wiser to turn back. Gathering her courage, she asked if he had a big family. Kengo explained that it wasn't really large. Only his grandfather and some of his grandfather's old friends lived there, but they all felt like family. He told her that he was an only child and that his father had no siblings. Soren noticed how openly he was sharing details about his family. She had expected him to dismiss her curiosity with a remark, but instead, he continued speaking. He revealed that he had lost both parents when he was just 10 months old. From then on, his grandparents had raised him. Soren's expression softened into sympathy, but he immediately told her that he disliked that look. He didn't want pity just because he had grown up without parents. Soren admitted that she knew very little about his family, and Kengo reassured her that she would learn more in time since they were about to be married. In the next moment, both of them were seated before Kengo's grandfather. The old man welcomed Soren warmly, saying that it was a pleasure to meet her. Kengo's grandfather introduced himself as Beek Muyal. Soren quickly apologized for not introducing herself earlier and mentioned her name. In her heart, she found something strange. His name and face felt oddly familiar, as though she had seen him somewhere before. Then it struck her that he was none other than the former CEO of the Beekwa Group. She had always known Kengo came from a wealthy background, but this was far beyond her imagination. They were not just rich, they were tycoons. The grandfather then asked when the wedding was planned. Kengo answered that it would be held on December 20th at the Grand Hotel. Hearing this, Soren realized that such an important detail of her life had already been decided without her knowledge. Yet she accepted it calmly, telling herself that it was understandable since she was only a replacement. Strangely, she even found comfort in that thought, as it freed her from unnecessary burdens. If it hadn't been for such conditions, she admitted she would never have agreed to this marriage in the first place. The grandfather then asked about her family, saying he had heard she only had a brother and no parents. At that moment, Soren thought about how her lack of parents often led to prejudice. People assumed such a background would cause personality flaws or financial struggles. Although Kengo was also an orphan, their circumstances were completely different, and she feared that his grandfather might dislike her for it. But instead of criticism, the grandfather surprised her. He said that it must have been very difficult for her and her brother to achieve so much alone. He told her he was proud of her and was sure her parents would also be proud. His words filled her with unexpected happiness. She tried to downplay her struggles, but tears welled up in her eyes despite her efforts to hold them back. At the same time, she worried that crying might ruin her makeup. All her life, she had carried herself with strength, yet deep inside, she realized she had longed to hear words like these. The grandfather then asked whether she would prefer a son or a daughter in the future. Without thinking much, Soren quickly replied in her mind that she would prefer both, which made her realize she was getting too immersed in her role. She then noticed Kango's sharp gaze, as though he was furious. She remembered the clause in their contract that forbade personal conversations, and now she feared she had crossed the line. To her relief, the grandfather laughed and said he also believed 2 children would be perfect. Kango tried to stop him from going further, but the old man continued, saying that before he died, he wished to hold both his great-grandchildren in his arms. This time, Kango firmly told him to stop talking about death and added that he would never have children just to fulfill someone else's wish. He asked his grandfather not to mention such things again in front of Soren. Soren's face turned red with embarrassment. She thought to herself that whenever babies were mentioned, her heart began to burn, and she couldn't understand why. At that moment, Kango stood up and announced that since the greetings were over, they would take their leave. His grandfather agreed, reminding them that it was almost rush hour and they should get going. Before they left, he told Soren that if she ever faced any trouble or difficulties, she should come to him without hesitation because they were now family. Soren politely asked him to take care of her, but inside, she wondered why the men in this house always said things that touched her heart so deeply. She feared that if the grandfather ever found out their marriage was fake, he would be terribly hurt. Before stepping out, Kango thanked his grandfather, and the old man warmly returned the gesture. Later, as they drove in the car, Soren found herself distracted. She couldn't stop noticing the way Kango's neck was exposed, making him look effortlessly attractive. Her cheeks turned red, and she scolded herself for gulping nervously. She wondered if she had completely lost her mind. Breaking her thoughts, Kango spoke, saying that his grandfather had only brought up such matters because he didn't know about their situation. He reassured her not to worry about it. Soren replied that she truly didn't mind, but her thoughts betrayed her, circling back to the sight of his neck. Trying to shift the conversation, she reminded him that they could never think about having children in a fake marriage. She assured him that according to the contract's terms, there was no need for him to be concerned. But at that moment, Kango recalled how she had once confidently said she would prepare both a son and a daughter. That memory unexpectedly made his face warm with a blush. That night, Kango looked at Soren and quietly wondered if she had ever thought about wanting a child during their marriage. But before he could say more, he noticed that she had already fallen asleep beside him. Watching her, he could hardly believe that she was sitting so close. In his heart, he thought that even if the two of them were floating together in the middle of space, he would still feel content. Gently, he touched her hair and admitted silently to himself that she had captured his heart. His feelings for her were so deep that if she ever came to know of them, she might feel overwhelmed and run away. He thought he was losing his mind, wondering why she looked so beautiful to him. To her, their marriage might be fake, but to him, it was entirely real. The next day, the scene shifted to Soren's house. Her elder brother had prepared a variety of dishes for Kango. Soren told him he didn't need to put in so much effort, but her brother explained that it was the first time his brother-in-law was coming over. He added that if their mother had been alive, she would have prepared the meal even better. As they sat together, Soren tasted the food and teased that nothing could be better than this. Her brother reminded her not to eat too much, since Kango would have to eat later. Soren smiled and said her elder brother's cooking was the best in the world. Her brother had taken over the small restaurant their parents once ran. The place had become popular because anyone who tried his food once always returned as a regular. He told Soren that he had cooked only the dishes she liked and worried whether that would be enough. She reassured him that everything was delicious, though in her mind she worried whether Kango would enjoy it. She thought he might have grown up eating only expensive food, unlike the simple dishes they had at home. At that moment, her brother asked if Kango knew about Jin-sang, the man she had dated for 9 years. Soren replied that of course he did. Her brother then asked if Kango was okay with it. She answered that he had no problem at all, though even she wondered how Kango had known about her past relationship. Her brother smiled and remarked that Kango must really like her, since he seemed so understanding. Soren checked the time and realized that Kango would arrive soon. She left, saying she would look for a spot in the parking lot. But outside, Kango was already there. When she saw him, he handed her a bouquet of flowers. She asked if they were for her, and he replied that since she was the only one there, of course they were meant for her. Soren's thoughts, however, became restless. She wondered why he had given her flowers, telling herself not to misunderstand. Perhaps it was part of his plan. But then Kango lifted more gifts from his car, carrying heavy boxes with ease. Seeing him like that, she felt a sudden shock. She thought it was strange how effortlessly cool he looked while picking up those boxes. When her brother Hyung saw Kango for the first time, he felt unsure. At first glance, Kango looked intimidating, almost like a gangster. But then he considered that maybe he was actually a good man. Kango placed the gifts down and introduced himself formally, apologizing for the late greeting. He explained that he and Soren had promised to marry. Hyung introduced himself politely and bowed. Soren was surprised, since she had never imagined Kango bowing to anyone. Hyung then invited him to sit, and Kango obeyed, sitting upright and proper. Soren couldn't help but think he looked like an obedient dog at that moment. While sitting in the living room, Kango's eyes fell on old photographs of Soren. In his heart, he thought she looked the same as when she was a child, an angel even in her younger days. He also noticed from the photos that both Hyung and Soren practiced martial arts. Soon, Hyung called everyone to eat. At the table, Kango politely thanked him for the meal before taking the first bite. As he tasted the food, his expression changed. Both Soren and Hyung froze, wondering what that look meant. They worried he didn't like the food, but their doubts vanished quickly when they saw him continue eating nonstop. Kango was enjoying every bite. It was far more delicious than he had expected. Kango felt a little embarrassed when he asked Soren if she could take some tofu home. He admitted to himself that it was shameful to make such a request when they had just met. Soren was surprised at first, but agreed softly. She realized that his earlier expression had been because he was wondering how to ask for more tofu. Hyung immediately agreed to pack everything, saying he had made plenty and would give it all to him. Soren felt she couldn't handle this situation there and needed to control her emotions, but she still couldn't stop a small smile from appearing on her face. Later, when Kango left, her brother teased her, saying he could see why she liked him so much. He admitted that at first, he had been nervous around Kango because of his intimidating looks, but after getting to know him, he found him surprisingly gentle. He explained that Kango ate properly and listened with full attention, and though he looked scary from the outside, he was actually like a big soft dog. Soren admitted to herself that she had feelings for him. She thought that Kango was quite attractive, but there was a difference between simple admiration and true feelings of love. She remembered how her heart would flutter when she saw celebrities because they looked cool, but that wasn't love. What she felt for Kango was something different, something deeper. The next day, Kango gave his wedding card to his friend Hongchan. At first, Hongchan thought it was some kind of allowance, but when he realized it was a wedding invitation, he was shocked. He asked Kango what it was, and Naren explained that Kango was getting married. Hongchan first believed it was a joke, but when he saw it was real, he couldn't hide his surprise. He asked why Kango hadn't told him earlier, and then turned to Naren to ask if she knew about this beforehand. Naren casually replied that it wasn't important to tell him because he would have found out sooner or later anyway. As Kango held the wedding card in his hands, he thought to himself that he was really getting married. He said the words with a calm expression, but inside, his heart was restless and overwhelmed. Hongchan asked who the bride was, and when he heard that it was Soren, he realized he knew her as his wife best friend. He was shocked at how sudden it all seemed, like a shotgun wedding. He asked again if she was the same lawyer Kango had met recently as his client. He wondered how they had gone from being lawyer and client to marriage so quickly. Naren explained that they had all studied in the same university, and since Kango and Soren already knew each other from those days, it was natural for them to become close again. Kango silently thought about Naren, questioning if she was helping him because she felt guilty about causing so many problems. Still, he admitted to himself that thanks to her, he was now able to get married. He felt he should be grateful to Soren as well. Just then, Kango received a call from Soren. His expression immediately softened, showing genuine happiness. Soren apologized for disturbing him, saying she knew he must be busy, but explained that the wedding card company had called her and said they couldn't send more invitations. She asked if Kango could lend her some. He happily agreed and asked at what time he should bring them to her office. Soren told him not to trouble himself, but he insisted and asked again about the time. She replied that she had no work outside the office, so he could come anytime. Hearing that, Kango excitedly said he would come within 20 minutes. He quickly put on his blazer, jumped up from his seat, and rushed out. Both Naren and Hong-chan were left stunned, whispering to each other in disbelief. They said they had never seen Kango act like that before. His sudden energy was so unusual that it felt like watching a sloth suddenly transform into an eagle. While running down the stairs, Kango's mind was filled with only one thought. He was about to see Soren. He was so eager that he didn't even wait for the elevator, choosing to run instead. Meanwhile, at the cafe, Soren sat nervously, wondering why he insisted on coming personally. She thought to herself that maybe he wanted to talk about something important, and the thought made her heart restless. As Soren waited at the cafe, an older woman suddenly approached her. To her shock, it was Jin-song's mother. Soren wondered why this woman had to appear at such a time. Jin-song's mother sat down confidently and remarked that Soren was still the same as before, saying it was good to see someone remain unchanged. Soren, however, tried to excuse herself by explaining that she was expecting a guest soon and did not have time to talk. Ignoring her words, Jin-song's mother said she had heard that Soren planned to file a case against her son. She spoke as if her son was incapable of harming anyone, insisting he was too gentle to even kill a bug, and claimed that he still hadn't been able to forget Soren. She accused Soren of being cruel to punish someone who loved her so much. Soren calmly replied that it was precisely because she was once afraid of Jin saying that she was doing this, as his actions were serious and punishable. But Jin-song's mother shifted the topic, demanding to know when Soren would return the money her son had lent her. Soren explained that she was already paying it back regularly with the fixed amount agreed upon. The older woman mocked her, saying such a small amount would take forever to repay. She ridiculed Soren and her brother for still living in a rented house, called them foolish, and insulted her brother by mentioning how he had once set a shop on fire and could only afford to pay for the damages. She also criticized Soren's late father, saying the only thing he had done was waste money on hospital bills. Soren told her she was going too far, but the woman smirked and asked why she was glaring, claiming she was only speaking the truth. She warned Soren that being stubborn was useless and urged her to marry Jin-seng quickly. In her heart, the woman was plotting to squeeze every benefit out of Soren and discard her afterward. Soren firmly replied that such a marriage would not be possible. At that very moment, Kango arrived. Jin-song's mother looked happy and asked why he was there. Smiling, Kango placed a wedding card on the table in front of her. She picked it up, confused, and when she read it, her face froze in shock. The card revealed that Soren was going to marry Kango. She angrily demanded an explanation, asking why he would marry this girl. Kango told her calmly that Soren was going to be his wife, and he made it clear that he did not care whether she gave her blessings or not. She asked again if he was serious, unable to believe it. Kango asked if she didn't know how to read or understand the meaning of the word wife. Soren, sitting beside him, was confused and wondered how Kango even knew Jin-song's mother. Then she remembered that both their surnames were the same, Beck, and guessed they might be from the same family. Jin-song's mother revealed that Soren had dated Kango's cousin for 9 years. Kango brushed it off, saying it didn't matter whom she had dated in the past. He said that even if she had once been married, it would make no difference to him now. His indifference left Jin Song's mother speechless. The woman grew furious and asked how Soren could throw away her son like that. But Soren, unable to remain silent, shouted that Jin Sang had cheated on her multiple times during their relationship, and back then, she had no idea that Kengo and Jin Sang were related. Hearing this, Kengo's face turned cold with anger, and he told Jin Song's mother to be respectful toward his wife. Immediately, the woman changed her tone and put on a smile, pretending to be polite. She said they should be respectful toward each other, addressing Kengo as her nephew. Kengo, however, ignored her pretense. He simply told her to take care, then took Soren's hand and walked out of the restaurant. Jin Song's mother called after him, apologizing, but he didn't even turn back. As he left, the woman's smile faded, and her thoughts turned bitter. She believed that Kengo was acting confidently only because of his powerful grandfather, Baek Myung, and she swore that one day he would regret being born as his grandson. Inside the elevator, Kengo and Soren were still holding hands. Soren thought about how tightly he was gripping her hand and wondered how long they were going to remain like this. She knew it wouldn't take much strength to free herself, yet she didn't admit felt rude. Breaking the silence, Kengo asked if money was the only reason for their marriage. Soren admitted that money was part of it, but what she truly needed was the status of being married. She added, however, that this didn't mean she had ever intended to use him. Soren told him that she would do her best to play the role Kengo needed. She promised in her heart that she would meet his expectations and never do anything that would break the terms of their contract. Kengo, however, surprised her with his words. He told her that she could use him if she wished, because he didn't mind being used by her. Then he questioned what the meaning of being her husband would be if she couldn't even do that. His words made Soren blush deeply. Just then, the elevator doors opened. Standing outside was Soren's senior, Maidi. She greeted him politely, and he returned her greeting. As she and Kengo began to leave, Maidi suddenly stopped them. He teased Soren, asking why she and Kengo were holding hands, and jokingly wondered if lawyers and clients now walked around hand in hand as part of some new trend. Kengo remained calm and handed Maidi a wedding card. Maidi took it, and at first he laughed, thinking it was a prank. He said it looked so real that it almost fooled him, comparing it to an April Fool's joke. But Kengo corrected him, saying it was October, not April. Maidi's face froze in shock when he realized Kengo was completely serious. Later, inside the meeting room, Soren thanked Kengo for coming. She assumed he had come in person because there was something he wanted to add to their contract, and she even asked if she should prepare the document. But while she spoke, Kengo's mind was somewhere else. He was lost in his feelings, thinking about how his chest had felt like it would burst in the elevator when he held her hand, and how much he hadn't wanted to let go. He admitted silently to himself that she didn't know any of what he felt, and it was fine if she didn't know yet. But he was certain that one day she would. For now, he just needed a little more time. Meanwhile, Jin Song's mother was on the phone with her son. She gently told him not to panic and revealed that Soren was getting married. At first, Jin Sang was thrilled. He thanked his mother and said she was the best, insisting that it was only fair for him to marry Soren quickly. But his mother stopped him, saying that wasn't what she meant. She told him she would explain everything once she got home. When she hung up, her thoughts turned dark. She recalled how Soren had once called her cunning and how much that had stung. Now, she believed that Kengo and his grandfather were the ones trying to take everything away from her son. She thought about how her father-in-law's company had gone to Kengo's grandfather only because he was the eldest son, while her husband had been left with nothing but a small company. She seethed with resentment, telling herself that it was all because of Kengo's grandfather's money. In her heart, she swore that she would take back everything she believed was rightfully hers. Back in the meeting room, Kengo suddenly asked Soren when she had broken up with Jin Sang. She answered that it had been about a year ago. Kengo then mentioned that he had seen her with Jin Sang at a restaurant, asking if that had been after their breakup. Soren nodded and explained that she had been meeting a client at that time when Jin Sang suddenly appeared and created a huge scene, accusing her of being with another man. Her client had been so startled that he left immediately. She described it as an awful experience. Kengo simply replied that he understood. But Soren continued, saying that since she had dated Ginseng before, it might become a problem for him. She worried about misunderstandings and about what his grandfather might think. Kengo reassured her firmly that she didn't need to worry. He told her that if anything interfered with their contract, he would not tolerate it. Hearing that, Soren also promised to follow their contract faithfully. She then admitted that something had been on her mind. She had once wondered how Kengo even knew her, but now she realized it must have been because of Ginseng. Still, deep inside, she had secretly hoped he would remember their small encounter from the past. Curious, she asked him if he remembered seeing her before she entered university. Kengo answered that he did. He recalled seeing her on a bridge, remembering her school uniform and glasses. He told her that ever since then, each time they met again, he had always known who she was. At that moment, Soren also remembered clearly. It really had been him. It was a cold winter during her 3rd year in high school. At that time, Soren was deeply focused on her dream. She believed that if she could enter the prestigious law school, all of her dreams would finally come true. While lost in her thoughts, she suddenly tripped and almost fell, but Kengo was there. He caught her in time, saving her from the fall. Everyone around saw that moment. They whispered among themselves that perhaps Kengo was not as terrible as the rumors suggested. For the first time, Soren also noticed how strikingly handsome he was. She apologized nervously and asked if he was hurt. But instead of being concerned about himself, Kengo had asked if she was the one who got injured. She reassured him that she was fine, thanked him sincerely, and even helped him gather the books he had dropped. While picking up the books, Soren thought to herself that Kengo carried an overbearing aura, one that would be difficult for anyone close to him. She pitied the girl who might one day become his wife, as he did not seem like a gentle person. Yet, no matter how hard she tried, she could not take her eyes off him. Before leaving, she noticed that he had dropped a scarf. She picked it up and tried to place it on his shoulders, but her short height made it difficult. Determined, she raised her arms and wrapped the scarf around his neck. Kengo was startled by this unexpected action. For him, having anything around his neck was uncomfortable, as he always disliked the feeling of congestion there. That was the reason he always left his neck uncovered. Yet strangely, this muffler felt warm and oddly comfortable from Soren's hand. From that day forward, whenever Soren saw him, she kept wondering about him. She had heard that he belonged to a wealthy family, wealthy enough to seem untouchable. People spoke of him like he was a celebrity. Everyone wanted to know more, but no one dared to approach. She was certain he would never remember an ordinary girl like her, the one with round glasses and a sniffly nose. But she was wrong. Kengo always remembered her. He noticed her presence in the university every single time since that day. Even before she began dating Ginseng, he had already recognized her as the same girl from high school. Later, when they were together, Kengo finally addressed something that had bothered him for a long time. He stood up, walked closer to Soren, and gently took her hand. Placing it against his chest, he asked her to touch his shirt button. She was confused but followed his request. At first, he seemed uneasy and almost in pain when she unbuttoned it. Then he told her to fasten the button again. She did so carefully, noticing how strangely important this simple action was to him. Meanwhile, outside, Mady was sitting alone in his car. His thoughts were restless. He could not understand how Soren managed to fall in love and decide on marriage within just a month of knowing Kengo. To him, it seemed impossible. His chest felt heavy as he tried to convince himself that he was only curious, that he only wanted answers. When Mady returned to the meeting room and knocked, he was stunned by the sight before him. Soren was helping Kengo with his shirt buttons. She quickly apologized, explaining that it was not what it seemed. Mady tried to act calm and said he believed her. But he could not stop himself from asking when their relationship began. He admitted he did not understand how they had known each other for only a month yet were already getting married. At that moment, Kengo pulled Soren closer and said that the past month had been so passionate that it felt like 10 years. He even asked if Mady needed more explanation. The statement left Mady speechless. He finally said he understood and left the room, though his emotions were unsettled. A few moments later, Mady returned once more, reminding them that they were at work and should remain professional. With a polite smile, he walked away again. The atmosphere was awkward, but Soren noticed how easily Kango slipped into his role. When he asked if they should continue, her cheeks turned red with embarrassment. He pointed to his shirt and told her to finish buttoning it up. Soren slowly unbuttoned Kango's shirt, confused about why he had suddenly asked her to do so. She followed his request, though she felt his intense gaze fixed on her the entire time, making it difficult to concentrate. Kango looked uncomfortable, but deep down he seemed shaken. When she finally finished, she softly told him it was done. He looked at her and admitted that his guess had been right. It wasn't bad at all. He explained that he only wanted to confirm whether what he had felt years ago had been real or just his imagination. It had taken him 10 years to finally find his answer. Soren noticed a faint smile on his face, something she had never seen before. She wondered if he was truly smiling at her. She asked if he meant that he had chosen to marry her because she could handle his shirt buttons so easily. Kango admitted that was both true and not true. He added that one day, if he ever had to wear a tie, he might ask for her help. Soren could not fully understand what he meant. She thought to herself that anyone could button a shirt or tie a knot, yet Kango seemed to need her for this. Though she was confused, she realized she had learned something important that day. Kango still remembered their first encounter. He had recognized her all along, and he had waited for 10 years to let her touch his shirt again. Perhaps their marriage was more than just a simple contract between two people. Meanwhile, Jinsong's mother told her son that Kango and Soren were getting married. She expressed her anger, saying this was a huge insult to their family and that Soren had betrayed them. She tried to comfort her son, urging him not to let the girl break his heart. But Jinsong, overwhelmed with emotions, asked his mother to leave and said he wanted to be alone. His mother tried consoling him, but his sister Jinhee interrupted, asking why she still treated her brother like a baby when he was already a grown man. Their mother scolded Jinhee and told her to go to her room and study. As she walked away, she thought bitterly to herself that she could not stand Kango and Soren, especially now that they were together. Later, Kango was shown in the shower. As the water ran over him, he wondered if Soren truly understood how special she was to him. Memories from his painful past came flooding back. Years ago, he had been kidnapped, with a plastic bag forced over his face. He had been close to death, suffocating, until a random passerby found him and called an ambulance. His kidnapper was a man who had planned to end his own life, and he had confessed that he wanted someone else beside him as he took his last breath. That traumatic event had left Kango with a condition known as tactile defensiveness, a form of post-traumatic stress disorder. Because of it, he could not bear the feeling of anything touching his neck, as it always triggered fear and suffocation. For years, he felt trapped in that moment, like the young boy gasping for air inside an abandoned building. But everything had changed the day Soren had wrapped a muffler around his neck. For the first time, instead of discomfort, he had felt safe and warm. Elsewhere, Soren met her friend Yeonhui. Her friend congratulated her and said she was happy to know that Jinsong had stopped contacting her. She teased Soren, asking why she had kept her relationship with Kango a secret, especially when Yeonhui's own husband Hongchan was Kango's business partner. She admitted she had been completely surprised, since neither she nor Hongchan had suspected anything. Yeonhui then asked curiously how things were going between her and Kango, and whether he was truly a sweet man behind his cold exterior. Soren replied that Kango was indeed kind and considerate, and she even admitted that he had an impressive body. Yeonhui teased her further, asking if he was also good in bed. Embarrassed, Soren admitted softly that he was. At that very moment, Hongchan and Naren happened to be walking behind them. When Soren realized they might have overheard her words, she was shocked and panicked. She thought to herself that she had just revealed something very personal, that he had a great body and was good in bed. She worried about whether they had heard everything or not, feeling deeply embarrassed. Soon after, all four of them sat together for lunch. During the meal, Hongchan casually reminded Soren about what she had said earlier, noting that she had described Kango as being very good at something. Soren suddenly got shocked and accidentally spilled water all over Yeonhui's face. At that very moment, Kango walked in and curiously asked what he was supposed to be good at. Soren quickly turned around to greet him, panicking inside. She felt his sharp gaze on her and thought that he must be angry for talking about him. Unsure what to do, she quickly explained that Kango was actually a very good singer. She added that his strong body probably gave him powerful vocal strength. Naren and Hongchan were surprised to hear this. They both wondered if Kango could really sing, since they had never once seen him do so in 20 years. They even questioned if he sang dark or unusual music. Kango himself calmly admitted that it was true. He was quite a good singer. Soren felt relieved, thinking that the misunderstanding had finally been cleared. As they sat down to eat, Naren quietly thought to herself that she had no appetite, and Kango also seemed uninterested in the food. Hongchan noticed this and mentioned that Kango hardly touched his meals these days. He teased that ever since their company began thriving, Kango's picky eating seemed to have only gotten worse. Kango then mentioned Soren's brother, saying that his radish water kimchi must be nicely fermented by now. Soren agreed, saying that the flavor was indeed perfect. Kango asked when he could go pick it up, perhaps even that day. Hongchan, confused, asked who this Hyung was that Kango kept referring to. Soren explained that it was her older brother. Naren quietly wondered to herself how good kimchi could possibly be. But Kango strongly defended it, saying that it should not be underestimated. Naren asked why he cared so much about it, though inwardly she admitted that there was someone whose radish water kimchi she had ever tasted in her life was the best. She thought bitterly that she would probably never get to enjoy his cooking again. Feeling uncomfortable, she excused herself and went to the washroom. There, Naren tried to steady herself, telling herself not to be a burden on anyone and not to miss the past. Just then, Soren entered and gently asked if she was all right and whether she needed help. Naren coldly told her that she didn't need to check on her. Soren simply asked again if she was feeling better. Naren replied that she disliked people interfering in her life, though she thanked Soren for her concern and asked her not to worry. Soren accepted this, saying she would respect her wishes. As she left, Soren remembered what Kango had once told her, that his friendship with Naren had lasted 20 years. He had also explained that Naren's parents had practically neglected her, always claiming they were busy. That neglect had made her sharp and irritable at times, but deep inside, she was not a bad person. Back in the present, Soren softly called Naren her sister and said that since they would be seeing each other often now, she hoped they could become good friends. She even asked Naren to treat her like a younger sister. Naren admitted that Soren was very outgoing and told her she could share anything she wanted. Soren observed Naren carefully, noticing that she was wearing high heels even though it didn't seem comfortable. She thought that Naren should wear flat shoes instead. Though Naren tried to act strong, Soren could sense a softer side within her. She quietly wondered who the father of Naren's child was and why Naren had chosen to raise the baby on her own. If the man had abandoned her, then he must have been truly cold-hearted. Later, Kango visited Hyung at his shop to collect the radish water kimchi. In return, he brought Hyung some rice, explaining that it was an organic brand his company had an exclusive partnership with. It was the highest quality rice, rich in flavor and aroma. As he lifted the heavy rice bag onto his shoulder, Soren watched him closely. She found herself unexpectedly drawn to him, thinking about how attractive he looked when he was focused and passionate, especially while discussing food with her brother. At that moment, she offered to help him. But Kango confidently replied that he was strong enough to carry heavy things himself, just as he was capable of singing and many other skills. He promised that he would show her one by one all the things he could do. His words made Soren blush deeply. Later, Mady was sitting alone, staring at the wedding card in his hand. He wondered why he had been feeling so slowed down lately and thought it must be because he was getting older. Later, he went to meet Soren. He admitted to himself that hearing about her relationship with Kango was already surprising enough, but when they announced marriage, his curiosity only grew stronger. He thought back to their college days. Kengo and Soren had always belonged to different friend groups, and it was actually him who had introduced Yeonhui and Hongchan to each other. But he never imagined pairing Kengo with Soren. He recalled that the two had only come closer through Yeonhui, and in that way, their relationship made more sense. Still, when Soren first took Kengo as her client, she likely had no idea who he truly was. Soren told him that she was the one who proposed to Kengo. Hearing that had brought back another memory from their college life. Once during a game party, when everyone had been drinking, many girls had started approaching Kengo. At one point, a girl had placed her hand on Kengo's shoulder, but he had pushed it away harshly. One of the girls then spread a rumor that Kengo had hit her, and most people believed it. Mady had asked Kengo if he was going to do something about it, but Kengo had replied that he actually preferred it this way. He liked when people kept their distance. Remembering that, Mady thought to himself that hearing Kengo was now getting married was truly a big surprise. Soren had laughed lightly and teased that perhaps this only showed how charming she was, since she was definitely worth marrying. But immediately after, she admitted it had been a bad joke. Mady, however, decided to finally congratulate her. Inside, he thought that once he offered her his good wishes, the frustration he carried might finally ease. When he did so, Soren happily accepted and told him he was the best senior she had ever had. Just then, one of Soren's colleagues came in and informed her about a call. She answered it, but her expression quickly turned into anger. She questioned why someone was calling her at work. The voice on the other side replied that he had no other choice since she had picked up. It was Ginseng. Mady wanted to take over the call, but Soren stopped him and instead switched on a recorder. She firmly asked Ginseng if he understood what he was doing. Ginseng, however, seemed amused, saying he had never seen her angry, not even when he had cheated on her. He said it was almost disappointing. He then mocked her for avoiding him as if he were a virus, claiming this was his way of dealing with it. When Soren reminded him that she was getting married, Ginseng said he already knew, but insisted she was making a terrible mistake. He claimed she would regret marrying Kengo, because according to him, Kengo was abusive and had a horrible personality. He added that he knew it better than anyone since they were family. He accused her of getting involved with Kengo just to hurt him, ranting that despite being a good boyfriend, she had never made him a priority. As his anger grew, Ginseng began kicking her car while yelling that she had used him for 9 years, taken everything from him, and now moved on to his rich cousin. He called her unbelievable and said that if Kengo ever hurt her, she would have only herself to blame. At that moment, Kengo appeared behind Ginseng and threw his phone aside. When Ginseng turned in shock, Kengo struck him across the face. Then, Ginseng was shown at the police station. He angrily told the officers that he wanted to press charges against Kengo. He shouted that Kengo had beaten him up badly and should be punished, calling him nothing more than a thug. He demanded a lawyer and refused to settle the matter quietly. The police officers tried to calm him down, asking him to lower his voice. Meanwhile, Soren stood nearby, telling him to stop harassing the officers with his constant shouting. Soren calmly explained that she had recorded Ginseng's phone call and also handed over the parking lot security camera footage to the police. The evidence clearly showed him repeatedly kicking her car, causing intentional damage. She reminded him that such behavior was considered criminal property damage. On top of that, he had insulted her and spread false rumors about Kengo. Ginseng, pretending not to understand, asked what she was talking about. But Soren continued firmly, saying that he had been stalking her for months. Considering everything, the police were more likely to excuse Kengo, especially if they judged it as a one-time reaction to all the lies Ginseng had been spreading. She told him that if he really wanted to press charges, he should go ahead and see how far she was willing to fight back. Hearing this, Ginseng asked in disbelief whose side she was on. Soren made it clear that she stood with Kengo. She explained that her fiancé had no interest in taking revenge on him, and she had never approached Kengo with an agenda. She loved him with all her heart. Her words made Kengo's face flush slightly as he struggled to hide his reaction. But Ginseng, ignoring everything, reminded her that they had spent their entire 20s together and that she had once been his everything. Mady, standing nearby, interrupted, saying that Jin-sang was sharing far too much information in front of the police. Jin-sang, however, insisted that no one could understand his feelings. He claimed he had been a devoted boyfriend and could not accept that their story had ended this way. Mady told him gently that he did understand. He reminded Jin-sang that the relationship had once been special, but since it had been years since the breakup, it was time to move on. He explained that clinging to Soren was only making everyone miserable and that trying to win her back was no longer working. Mady advised him to let go gracefully, to cherish the good memories, and to allow new love to enter his life. He told him that the future was still wide open, and perhaps one day he would fall in love again, maybe even more deeply than he ever loved Soren. Jin-sang, however, continued to make excuses, saying that he felt unfairly blamed. He insisted that he had not cheated on Soren intentionally, but had been seduced, though his true love had always been her. Hearing this, Mady could only think about how pitiful Jin-sang had become. Just then, Jin-sang's mother arrived in a fit of anger, demanding to know who had dared to hit her precious son. Kango immediately stepped forward, admitting that it had been him. But instead of scolding him, Jin-sang's mother suddenly softened her expression, telling them that cousins should not fight and should use words instead of fists. She then turned back to her son, checking his face tenderly. Jin-sang complained to her, repeating that Kango had beaten him. His mother brushed it off, gently asking him what he wanted to eat, and promised to take him out for something delicious. She then led her son away. After everything settled, Soren thanked Kango for driving her home. He told her that if Jin-sang appeared again, she should call him first. She wondered silently if Kango was simply acting like a responsible fiancé, but regardless, his words made her heart feel lighter. Before leaving, Kango handed her a box of pastries, telling her to share them with her coworkers. As he drove away, Soren looked at the pastries and realized they were from the same company Kango had recently partnered with. She assumed he had given them to her as part of customer testing, but deep inside, she couldn't help but feel warmth from the gesture. Meanwhile, Kango sat in his car, replaying the moment in the police station when Soren had declared that she loved him with all her heart. He knew it wasn't the full truth, but the way she had said it had shaken him. He thought to himself that she needed to stop pushing his limits, because he wasn't sure how much longer he could hold them. Later, while eating the pastries, Yeonhui asked Soren about Jin-sang's mother and her connection to Kango. Soren explained everything clearly. She told her that Kango's great-grandfather had once owned a massive company and had 3 sons. The youngest son had chosen not to take part in the business at all, while the second son, Jin-sang's grandfather, had only inherited a small company. On the other hand, Kango's grandfather had taken over the entire main business. Because of this imbalance, Jin-sang's mother had always held resentment toward both Kango and his grandfather. Yeonhui told Soren that she was very lucky. She reminded her how Kango had punched Jin-sang the moment he heard him speaking badly about her, and she said that no one would do something like that unless they were truly in love. According to her, Kango must love Soren very much. Soren, however, kept wondering to herself whether Kango truly loved her. She also thought that maybe Kango had only hit Jin-sang because he had spread a false rumor that Kango beat women. Perhaps, she told herself, that was the real reason he had reacted so strongly. In the following days, the preparations for their wedding moved quickly and smoothly. There were many small decisions to make, but neither of them had any special wedding fantasies to begin with. More importantly, Kango took charge of most of the decisions, which left little for Soren to worry about. One day, she received a call from him. He told her that his grandfather had prepared a special gift for them, though he did not know what it was either. He explained that his grandfather had only asked him to bring her along. He asked if she was free that weekend, and when she said yes, he hung up the call. Afterward, Kango found himself smiling, thinking about how it had already been a week since he last saw her. He told himself that he could not wait to see her again, more than he cared about the gift itself. The next day, Kango's grandfather stood proudly in front of a beautiful house. He revealed that the house was a wedding gift for Kango and Soren. Soren was shocked and told him that she could not understand what he meant. The grandfather explained that he had built this house years ago, intending to give it to Kengo as a gift when he got married. Soren's eyes widened, and the grandfather smiled, saying he could tell she loved it. But she quickly said it was too much. Inside, she thought to herself that she could not accept such an enormous gift, especially when their marriage was not even real. She felt guilty, knowing she was deceiving him. The grandfather explained that he had already prepared everything. The house was under joint ownership and he would take care of the gift tax, so they had nothing to worry about. Kengo, however, told him that Soren would be moving to his apartment after the wedding. He pointed out that they would not have time to take care of the garden. His grandfather quickly suggested hiring a gardener. Kengo argued that even cleaning the floors would take half a day, to which his grandfather replied that they could simply hire a housekeeper. Kengo grew frustrated and said that hiring people was not the solution to everything. His grandfather, however, insisted that it was called creating jobs. Annoyed, Kengo told Soren that they should leave. His grandfather stopped him, asking if it was really his wish that they refuse the house. Kengo replied that he was tired of hearing his grandfather use that excuse, saying that wishes were for people whose days were numbered. He then asked if his grandfather had recently seen a doctor. His grandfather confirmed that he had, but claimed there was nothing to worry about, and he told Kengo not to change the subject. He demanded to know whether or not Kengo would accept the house. Kengo repeated that he had already given his answer. Finally, the grandfather revealed that the house was not truly his gift, it was a gift from Kengo's father. He told them to come inside and look around, saying that it was quite magnificent. As they walked through, he explained that the house had been designed by Kengo's father, who had been an architect. He said Kengo's father must have imagined all the happy memories the family would one day share inside. He described how Kengo would play in the yard while his father joined in, and his wife would watch them happily from the porch. Sadly, those dreams never came true. Grandfather began to share a memory. He explained that on the day of his son's funeral, one of his son's co-workers had handed him a blueprint. That blueprint was for the house Kengo's father had once dreamed of building. Instead of entering the family business, his father had wanted to become an architect. During that time, he fell in love with a woman who worked with him in the office. From then on, every choice grandfather made seemed to go wrong. The woman his Kengo's father loved had suffered greatly in her past. Kengo's father had given up everything to be with her, even when grandfather and grandmother opposed their marriage. They had wanted a bright and warm love for their son, not one built on simple background girl. But his father chose love over everything, and that decision led them to lose their only son. Grandfather continued, saying that even though his son and wife were struggling financially, renting a small apartment, they insisted they only needed each other. Then tragedy struck. A fire broke out in their building, leaving nothing behind. Their faces, their lives, everything had turned to ashes. No one knew if it was an accident or if someone had set the fire. By a miracle, Kengo survived. A pregnant woman who lived next door had broken down the door and saved him. Grandfather admitted that his own stubbornness had cost too much. From that day forward, he promised himself that no matter whom Kengo chose to marry, he would support it fully. He wanted to honor his son watching from heaven. With a soft voice, he asked if they would accept his gift. After that, Grandfather excused himself, asking them to take their time looking around the house. He left, leaving Soren and Kengo alone. Soren admired the place, saying it looked beautiful and would be even more so in spring. But deep inside, she felt uneasy. She thought about how Grandfather had poured his entire heart into this home, giving it such deep meaning. Yet she reminded herself that she was not truly his granddaughter-in-law and felt undeserving of it. Kengo then suggested that they should live in this house. He could sense her hesitation but assured her that everything would be fine. In his heart, he thought that from now on, they should live as a real married couple, not just a couple on paper. He stood up, saying he had left something inside the room and would return shortly. As he went inside, Soren remained lost in her thoughts. She wondered what could possibly ease the guilt she carried inside her. Strange feelings kept troubling her. If Kengo truly loved her, why was she having such confusing thoughts? Just then, her eyes fell upon a treehouse nearby. She decided to step inside the treehouse. It was beautifully made, and the view from there was wonderful. Meanwhile, Kengo, inside the house, found himself lost in thoughts of his father, the dream of building this house, and his own memories as a child. When he stepped back outside, he looked for Soren but couldn't find her. Then her voice called out from above, telling him she was in the treehouse. She seemed cheerful, saying how lovely the place was. But suddenly, a bee flew near her, and she panicked. In her fright, she slipped and almost fell, but Kengo rushed forward and caught her in time. For a moment, the two of them were extremely close. Soren's heart raced, and she felt as though he was looking straight into her soul. In that instant, she imagined the two of them kissing. Her cheeks grew warm as the thought crossed her mind. Kengo, holding her tightly, asked if she was all right. She quickly nodded, saying she was fine and he shouldn't worry. But he reminded her gently that she had frightened him and yet told him not to worry. She silently wondered what was wrong with her, why her mind kept imagining such things just because he looked so handsome. Trying to calm herself, she told herself not to forget his duties as her marriage partner and that she should avoid doing anything that could draw unnecessary attention. Soren smiled softly and suggested that some changes should be made to their marriage contract. Originally, they had agreed to share an apartment as their living space, but since they would now be living in the house, she thought the terms should be renegotiated. Kengo looked at her in surprise, asking what she meant by dividing the living space. Kengo explained that they could discuss it while walking around the house. As they moved through the home, she silently reminded herself that women didn't usually sleep with men in this kind of casual way. She scolded herself for having wild thoughts, even though she told herself she didn't truly love Kengo. Eventually, they reached an agreement about their living arrangement. Soren suggested that because the house had an external staircase connecting the first and second floors, they could each choose a floor to live on. This way, their lives would remain almost entirely separate. Kengo thought to himself that the arrangement might be convenient for her, but not for him. He recalled how, just moments ago, his heart had nearly stopped, and if he had let go of reason, he might have kissed her right then. When Soren asked which floor he would like, Kengo imagined sharing the first floor with her. He pictured cooking breakfast for her each morning and using the sunlit room as their master bedroom, wanting to wake up seeing the sunlight on her skin and her face first thing in the morning. Yet, he decided to hold back until she fully fell for him. In the end, he told her that she could take the first floor and he would use the second. Finally, the day of their wedding arrived. The hall was filled with guests, although Naren was stuck in traffic. One of the staff reminded Kengo to wear his tie. Calmly, he said he would handle it himself and thought that he never imagined this day would come, yet here it was, his wedding day. Mady also attended. When he saw Soren in her wedding dress, he felt something shift inside him, but he smiled and told her she looked beautiful and stunning. Soren thanked him. At that moment, Kengo arrived and asked Soren to help him with his tie. She agreed, and as everyone else left the room, Mady remained outside, confused by his own emotions and unsure why he didn't feel right. While adjusting Kengo's tie, the two grew physically closer. Soren asked if he felt uncomfortable, and he replied that she should continue. Yet internally, Kengo admitted he did feel uneasy. In the past, he could ignore his heart when she was out of reach, but now she was right there, and it made everything more difficult. Shortly after, Naren arrived at the wedding hall. She felt comfortable thanks to the flat shoes Soren had given her. Inside, Soren and Kengo sat across from each other, while Hongchan and Yeonhui played with their child. Watching them, Soren reflected on Kengo's past, how, at 10 years old, he had lost his parents and still insisted she be the one to handle his tie and buttons. She realized she had wanted to do something meaningful for him as his partner, even though their marriage was only on paper. With a quiet gesture, she tried to convey her feelings with her hands. Kengo leaned closer, and she promised that once they were married, she would take good care of him. Her words made him blush deeply. Then, without another word, he left, leaving everyone shocked and wondering if Kengo was upset. Soren herself was unsure of what had just happened. Soren quietly reflected that all she had really said was that she would take good care of Kingo. At that moment, Naren entered the wedding hall. She wasn't feeling well and overheard people commenting on the bride brother. They spoke about how handsome he was, like a model, and how perfect he looked. Naren's eyes widened as she saw Hyung, and she wondered silently what he was doing there. Meanwhile, Kingo was in the washroom, thinking about what Soren had just said to him. He realized she didn't even know what he truly wanted. His face flushed uncontrollably, so he left the washroom. Outside, he saw Naren sitting quietly, almost hiding. He asked why she was sitting like that, jokingly wondering if loan sharks were chasing her. Naren, startled, asked who he meant. She also asked him, "Who is that man?" pointing on Hyung. Kengo described a man in a dark navy blue suit who looked like a movie star and smiled like an angel. Naren realized he was teasing her and insisted that whatever he was imagining wasn't true. Kengo continued, suggesting that either she had fallen in love at first sight or the man was the father of her child. Naren scolded him and asked who the man really was. Kengo revealed that it was Soren's elder brother. Naren noted that they didn't look like siblings, but Kengo silently thought about how unexpected it was for someone as smart as Naren to be surprised. He concluded that if Hyung was the father of Naren's child, he must be careful. At the same time, their grandfather attended the wedding. He spoke to Naren's grandparents, lamenting that they had given up trying to arrange Naren marriage because she had always ignored their efforts. They believed she intended to remain single forever, almost as if protesting against them, and reflected that her parents had always prioritized work, not Naren. Jinsang's mother arrived with her family, claiming to offer congratulations. Kengo grew angry when he noticed Jinsang's mother entering the hall. Jinsang's mother began praising Soren's intelligence and beauty, while recalling how deeply connected Soren and Jinsang had been during their 9-year relationship. She criticized Soren for suddenly breaking up and choosing Jinsang's wealthier cousin. Kengo, furious and approaching her as if to strike, was stopped by his grandfather. The grandfather scolded Jinsang's mother, telling her to leave immediately and refusing to hear another word about Soren. He emphasized that Soren was smart and capable, that she escaped from that family, and that they should leave the hall if they wished to keep her safe and her husband protected. Guests were shocked by the grandfather's anger. They had never seen him so enraged, especially at Jinsang's mother, whom he deemed arrogant. They scolded her Jinsang for cheating on Soren and criticized his audacity for attending the wedding. Embarrassed, Jinsang's mother left the hall with her family. Finally, it was time for the groom and bride to make their entrance. Everyone congratulated them, and friends and family rejoiced. Kengo promised Soren that he would give her everything she could ever want, completing their marriage ceremony. The next morning, she woke up feeling refreshed, thinking that she had slept wonderfully. The luxury of the hotel amazed her, and she found herself admiring how incredible it was. Even though a honeymoon had never been possible for them, they had decided to stay there for 2 nights so that no one around them would become suspicious. Still, she had felt a little uneasy about sharing the same hotel suite with Kengo. She wondered if he was already awake, but thankfully, their suite had 2 bedrooms, so she had been able to sleep peacefully without worrying too much. When she noticed that he wasn't in his room, she wondered if he had gone somewhere else. Looking outside, she realized he was at the swimming pool. The sight made her pause for a moment. The pool water sparkled under the morning light, looking warm and inviting. Kengo was in the pool, shirtless, and she couldn't help but think about how fit and attractive he looked. Lost in thought, she accidentally slipped and fell into the water. Since she couldn't swim, Kengo quickly pulled her into his arms to help her. Her cheeks burned red as she looked at him, his wet hair falling across his forehead, his bare chest glistening. She felt overwhelmed and wondered if her reaction was because of the kiss they had shared the day before. Kengo teased her by reminding her of that moment, making her recall how the photographer had asked them to kiss. She quickly insisted that it had not been a real kiss, only a light peck, while he argued that it had been one. She reminded him that the photographer had only wanted a simple kiss on the lips and that anything more, like a French kiss, would have been inappropriate in front of all their guests, especially in Korean society. Even while she tried to stay calm, her heart betrayed her. She secretly admitted to herself that the kiss from yesterday had been sudden, sweet, and unforgettable. Kengo then asked her what she thought counted as a real kiss. She explained that it would mean parting their lips and using their tongues. Surprised, she asked if he truly didn't know how to kiss. When he admitted that he didn't, she couldn't believe it. How could someone who looked like him not know something so basic? Kengo then teased her further, suggesting that since she seemed so knowledgeable, she should explain it in more detail. She realized he was making fun of her and quickly tried to escape the situation by saying she was hungry and would go get something to eat. In her thoughts, she admitted that she simply wanted to get away from the awkwardness. When Kengo came out of the water, her eyes betrayed her once again. She caught herself admiring his perfectly structured body, his muscles so well defined that he looked as though an artist had carefully painted him. She had never experienced such strong desire before and wondered what was happening to her. Soon after, Kengo walked toward her with a towel and gently handed it to her, saying she might feel cold. She thanked him quietly and stood up, reminding herself not to lose focus or allow his presence to distract her from what mattered. Kengo, however, continued to notice her. He told her that her skin seemed to glow and asked if she had slept well. She replied that the bed had been very comfortable, and he commented that she must have slept deeply, like a log. What she didn't realize was that while she had enjoyed such a peaceful night's rest, Kengo himself had hardly slept at all. And so, they spent their first night together at the hotel, each carrying thoughts and feelings the other did not fully know. Kengo felt nervous and restless. He was overwhelmed with thoughts about Soren and unsure why he couldn't distract himself with anything productive. Meanwhile, Soren seemed completely relaxed, as if she were on vacation, her calm demeanor making it almost impossible for him to imagine her ever falling for him. He felt a strange pull toward her, as if she were slowly draining his energy, and he couldn't stop thinking about her. His mind wandered to the memory of their kiss, and he felt his heart race at how alluring she looked in the morning. He recalled how she had captivated him the night before, and the intensity of those memories made him feel both excited and anxious. Trying to regain control of the morning, he told her that he would order room service and asked what she would like to eat. Soren replied that she was sorry, but she had plans to meet someone and would be eating out, so he shouldn't wait for her. Kengo was puzzled, asking who she could possibly be meeting at that hour, but she didn't respond and left, leaving him more worried than before. As she walked out, Soren thought to herself that her excuse had been weak. She actually had no plans at all. She couldn't stop replaying their kiss from yesterday and the moments alone with him, which had stirred all sorts of naughty thoughts in her mind. That was why she had fled. She reasoned that it was only their first day alone together, and it was natural to feel overwhelmed. She reassured herself that things would feel completely different in a few days once they got used to living together. Soren realized she had come out without a clear plan and wondered where she should go. She decided to try the bar on the top floor, thinking it would be a good place to stay until late. Once she entered, she looked for a quiet corner to sit. The place was nice, and she appreciated the calm atmosphere. At that moment, she noticed Naren sitting alone and drinking. Naren, in turn, also noticed Soren's presence. Soren walked over to Naren and asked if she could sit beside her. Naren allowed her, and as they sat together, Soren noticed a drink on the table. She immediately questioned why Naren was drinking alcohol during pregnancy and even snatched the glass away. Without thinking, she drank it herself, only to realize that it was actually a non-alcoholic cocktail. Naren calmly told her to order another drink if she was thirsty, saying that it would be on her. Embarrassed, Soren thought to herself that she should avoid drinking too much, and instead decided to try something lighter, like a pink lady, thinking it would be something light. Naren then asked why Soren was sitting there alone and not spending time with her new husband. Soren explained that she only wanted some fresh air. Naren understood, saying that things must be awkward between the two of them. Soren admitted that Naren was right, and then asked why she hadn't seen her at the wedding the previous day. Naren replied that she had attended but couldn't stay long. Curious, Soren then asked why Naren was sitting alone and drinking now. Naren gave a strange answer, saying that criminals always returned to the scene of their crimes. Soren gently asked how Naren was feeling, and if the morning sickness was too much. Naren replied that it was bearable and would likely get better with time. Soren told her to let her know if she could help in any way. Naren, half smiling, asked why she was so kind and wondered aloud if kindness ran in her family. When Soren looked confused, Naren brushed it off and said it was nothing. Meanwhile, Kengo was sitting in the hotel lobby, waiting for Soren. He thought that it had already been 2 hours, even though only 15 minutes had passed. The waiting made him anxious, and he wondered if Soren was punishing him. He reflected bitterly that perhaps this was his punishment for secretly being in love with her for the past 10 years. Still, it didn't make sense for her to be out meeting someone right now, since everyone knew she was supposed to be spending a few nights at the hotel instead of going on a honeymoon. Then a thought struck him. There was one person who knew about their contract marriage. Without wasting time, he called Naren. When Naren answered, she asked why he was calling. Kengo immediately wanted to know where she was. Naren replied that she was at the hotel bar with Soren. Before she could say anything else, he ended the call. Back at the bar, Soren had already drunk too much and was losing consciousness. She kept calling Naren's name, saying she liked her and begging her not to hate her. Naren told her to stop calling her like that, but Soren continued in a cute, childish tone, insisting that she would be sad if Naren hated her. Annoyed, Naren warned her to stop, her expression turning darker each time. Soren only laughed and kept repeating it, which made Naren more irritated. Just then, Kengo appeared behind them and asked Naren what she would do if Soren continued. Naren gave him a sharp look and said his timing was perfect, asking him to take Soren away. Kengo accused her of getting Soren drunk, but Naren replied that she had drunk on her own. Seeing Kengo, Soren smiled happily and called him her hubby, which made him blush deeply. After Kengo led Soren away, Naren was left alone with her thoughts. She admitted to herself that if Kengo hadn't shown up, she might have left Soren behind out of frustration, since she was so difficult to handle when drunk. Still, memories of her conversation with Soren came back to her. She remembered asking how Soren had lost her parents. Soren had told her that when she was young, her mother remarried, and the man she married already had a son. That boy became her stepbrother, and they formed a new family together when Soren was just 6 years old, and her stepbrother was 10. From this, Naren learned that Hyung was not Soren's biological brother. Soren explained softly that even though they were not related by blood, he was her only true family. Soren admitted that she did not even know what her father looked like because he had passed away before she was born. Hearing this, Naren asked if her mother had raised her alone until she turned 6. Soren confirmed that it was true and explained further. Her mother had met her father while working at a small restaurant near a construction site. But before Soren was born, her father had died in an accident. Left alone, her mother worked hard to raise her while running the restaurant. During that time, she reconnected with a man she had known for years from the neighborhood. He became her stepfather. Though her mother worried about remarrying, he proved himself to be a kind and dependable person. Eventually, they decided to marry, and for a short while, the 4 of them, her mother, stepfather, stepbrother, and herself, lived happily together. But their happiness did not last long. After only 2 years together, her mother also died in an accident. That was when her stepfather's relatives began to pressure him to send her away to a children's home. They told him it would be too hard to raise both his son and another man's child. They said she would become a burden if he ever wished to remarry. Hearing all this, young Soren decided to leave on her own. One day, she packed her bag and ran away, planning to go to the children's home so that she would not trouble her stepfather or stepbrother. But not knowing where the home was, she foolishly went to the police station to ask for directions and was brought back. That day, for the first and last time, her stepfather scolded her. He asked her angrily why she wanted to leave and told her clearly that her real home was with them. He said, "Your father is right here. Why would you go to a children's home?" At that moment, her stepbrother held her hand and smiled at her with the warmth of an angel. Her stepfather told her firmly that she was his daughter and that he would never send her away. Soren paused in her story and apologized to Naren, saying she was a little tipsy and that Naren probably wasn't interested in such details. But Naren gently asked what had happened to her stepfather later. With a heavy heart, Soren explained that he had been diagnosed with blood cancer when she was in her first year of high school. He fought the disease for 8 years before passing away. During that time, her stepbrother had taken over the restaurant, leaving his own studies so that Soren could continue school and work toward her dream of becoming a lawyer. She admitted softly that her brother had always promised to do whatever it took to support her. Hearing all this, Naren thought to herself that Soren and her brother had endured so many hardships, yet both remained kind and selfless. She regretted not telling Soren what was in her heart when she had the chance. Earlier that same day, Hyung had been standing outside his restaurant when a woman from the neighborhood stopped to speak with him. She asked if he not tired after his sister's wedding and teased him for not taking the day off. Hyung replied that he could not let his regular customers come and leave disappointed. He told her that when his father was diagnosed with blood cancer 13 years ago, he had left school to take over the restaurant. His father had fought for 8 years, and during that time, Hyung gave up on finishing his own education. But it wasn't the first time he had given something up. Back in high school, he had abandoned his passion for Taekwondo because of an injury. Yet, in his heart, he felt he had not truly given up. He had only done it for one person, his little sister. Hyung explained that by taking over the restaurant, he gave Soren the chance to chase her dream of becoming a lawyer. Now she was married into a good family, and he felt that his purpose in life was fulfilled. The woman smiled and said she had been moved to tears the previous day, watching Soren walk down the aisle in her wedding dress. She reminded Hyung that the whole neighborhood had watched the two of them grow up and that both had turned into fine adults. She told him he had done enough for his sister and that it was time for him to find happiness for himself. She encouraged him to meet someone nice and start his own family. Hyung only shook his head and told her that such a life was not possible for him. When she pressed him, saying he was handsome and that many women at the wedding had asked about him, he only smiled politely, thanked her for her kindness, and excused himself. As he walked away, he thought quietly about his own limitations. His body could not handle long hours of standing or heavy work, which was why he only opened the restaurant during the day. Hyung often wondered how someone like him could fall in love or take responsibility for another person's life. In his heart, he believed he would only become a burden. As these thoughts weighed on him, his eyes briefly caught a glimpse of Naren. He sighed inwardly, telling himself that he should have been over her by now. But ever since he had seen her again at Soren's wedding, old feelings had started to surface. The wedding had taken place at the same hotel owned by Naren's wealthy parents, which only reminded him once more that she belonged to a world completely different from his. The next morning, Soren stirred awake, still half asleep, and instinctively called out for her brother to bring her some water. But when she opened her eyes fully, she was startled to realize she was not at home. Instead, she was in a hotel room, and lying beside her was Kengo, still asleep. Her heart raced in shock as the memories from the night before came flooding back. She recalled how Yeonhui had once warned her never to drink too much, and now she regretted not listening. She remembered her drunken words, how she had happily said she was glad her husband came to pick her up, how she had begged him not to go, and how she had insisted on sleeping in the same room with him. She even remembered telling him she would behave and asking if he trusted her. The more she thought about it, the more embarrassed she became. In panic, she glanced down and noticed she was still wearing her underwear. Relieved, she thought that meant nothing had happened. But immediately, a darker thought crept in. What if she had put them back on after something had already happened? Her mind raced as she considered jumping out of the window, only to realize that the hotel's fancy windows couldn't even be opened. As she sat frozen in anxiety, Kengo stirred awake. He looked at her with calm eyes and teased that she wasn't thinking of running away, was she? Flustered, she quickly greeted him with a good morning and asked how he had slept. He replied that he hadn't rested well at all, because a certain woman named Soren had kept him awake the entire night. Her cheeks burned with embarrassment. She excused herself, promising to meet him later, and hurried off to the shower. Under the warm water, Soren's mind remained restless. She questioned herself again and again, wondering if anything had actually happened between them. If it had, things would become unbearably complicated. She reminded herself that they were bound by a contract marriage and that she couldn't just ignore this. She decided she needed to face things honestly instead of running away. Soon after, the two of them checked out of the hotel together. Inside the car, Soren finally asked the question that had been haunting her. Had she slept with him or not? Kengo, startled, hit the brakes suddenly but immediately made sure she was safe. He asked if she was all right, and she nodded nervously, thanking him. Her thoughts ran wild as she noticed how close he had almost come to touching her chest. He, too, silently admitted to himself how dangerously close that moment had been. Breaking the silence, Kengo told her that to answer her question, yes, she had slept with him, but only in the literal sense. He clarified that they both had simply slept. Blushing deeply, she asked again if they had done anything more. He asked her what she meant, pretending not to understand. She could barely bring herself to say it, but before she could, he reassured her. They hadn't done what she was afraid of. Relief washed over her, and she said it was a good thing nothing had happened. She apologized for her behavior the previous night and asked him to forget about it. But inside, Kengo thought the opposite. To him, it was not something to forget, not until the day he died. Trying to compose herself, Soren said she should formally apologize for entering his room. Kengo gently told her there was no need. When she asked why, he simply replied that the room was where their honeymoon had begun anyway. His playful words eased her tension slightly, and she admitted it made her feel less embarrassed. But then, with a more serious tone, Kengo reminded her that something had indeed happened. They had not crossed the line she feared, but they had shared another moment. Suddenly, Soren remembered the night before, how she had confessed in her drunken state that she wanted to kiss him, and how she had leaned in and kissed him softly. Realizing it, her eyes widened. She whispered that it had been their second kiss. At that moment, Kengo pulled her closer and kissed her again, this time with passion. His thoughts burned with desire. He wanted her completely, not just in fragments. He wanted all of her. He felt himself give in to a primitive urge, a sudden desperation that made him want to separate from the world. He thought he might die from the strength of his feelings. He could feel her soft, warm skin against his. His body trembled at her touch, and every movement sent a shiver through her. He realized she did not even know how long he had waited for this moment. Back in the present, Soren promised to make amends for breaking their rules. She vowed to compensate him in whatever way he wanted, because she had violated the clause that banned physical contact. She knew he had faced unwanted attention from women since college. Even when they had signed their contract with Naren watching, the terms had been clear. They would live together but keep their distance, pretending the others did not exist. Yet she could not believe what she had done. She had kissed him first and crawled into his bed. Now she felt this was another debt she could never fully repay. Kengo told her she need not pay him back. He reminded her that their agreement forbade any physical contact without consent, and that if either party broke the rule, the other could demand compensation. But he also pointed out that when she had asked to kiss him, he had not refused. In his mind, that meant it had not been a forced act. Soren remembered that he had not stopped her. That fact both comforted and worried her. She scolded herself to pull herself together and faced a bitter thought. She was his second choice, not his first. Perhaps he was kinder and more patient than she had expected. She thanked him for his generosity, embarrassed to think she had made such a mess. He told himself he should not be thinking so much about her, yet he could not help it. Soren promised she would not let it happen again, but Kengo wondered if she truly could stop it, or if another moment like last night might come and be even more unavoidable. He remembered carrying her back to her room and could still feel the echo of their kiss. She was so close to him, almost within reach, but he did not want their first true moment to be a half-remembered night. He wanted it to be real, when both of them were fully present. With that thought, he returned to his room and tried to sleep, though his body did not cooperate and the warmth around him made that hard. Then, suddenly, he discovered she had come to his room and fallen asleep on top of him. He was shocked and thought she was like an innocent rabbit. In her sleep, she called him hubby and reached to hold his hand. He told himself to wait and to control his urges. He would not act rashly. At home later, Soren stood in her new, luxurious master bedroom and could not stop thinking how different it was from her old room. She wondered if she deserved this luxury. Her mind returned to what she had done with Kengo the night before. The debt, she felt, seemed to grow like a snowball. She remembered calling him hubby and begging to sleep together, and now she wanted to forget those moments. That was why she had tried not to drink, but the Pink Lady drink had fooled her. Memories came flooding back. Her talk with Naren, happy moments with her stepfather, and the hospital bed where he had lain. She missed him terribly, his voice, the way he had called her name. She also thought about her brother's injured leg and how it had happened because of her mistake. A painful pattern formed in her mind. The people she loved always left or got hurt. It had always been that way. Finally, she scolded herself and resolved to stop running away from her problems. Next morning, when Soren was about to leave the house, she found Kengo waiting for breakfast. He stopped her gently and told her to eat breakfast before going. He asked if she was fine with eggs. She sat down, smiling, and said she loved them. Curious, she asked why he was on the first floor. Kengo explained that she would use the first floor while he would stay on the second. Each of them would have a bedroom, study, and extra room as their own private spaces, and neither of them should enter the other's personal area without permission. Soren pointed out that this was the contract he had given her. Kengo agreed and added that, in other words, they would share the living room, kitchen, bathroom, staircase, and all the common areas. She teased that he looked very serious about dividing the house, saying that kitchens and bathrooms usually serve as shared spaces. Kengo replied that it sounded like she wanted detailed definitions of every term and suggested she also redefine the agreement they for that night. At that, Soren remembered what had happened and thought silently that he had already crossed into the boundaries of her life. She thanked him softly for making her breakfast. While they ate together, she wondered if he would prepare breakfast for her every morning. Kengo then mentioned that skipping breakfast would leave her irritable all day. She quickly denied it, but he reminded her that her brother had said the same thing. He also told her that the next day's menu would be grilled fish with bean sprouts. Without thinking, Soren blurted out that she loved grilled fish. Only afterward did she realize how openly she had spoken. She hesitated, asking if cooking every morning would be a burden for him. Kengo assured her it was not, since he planned to use Beyond Table's meal kits anyway. For him, it was also an opportunity to test their products, so she should not feel guilty. Secretly, he admitted to himself that he was doing it just for her. Wanting to return the gesture, Soren offered to prepare dessert and apples. Kengo agreed with a smile. While he washed the dishes, she began slicing the apples. As she watched him work at the sink, her eyes wandered to his body, and her mind slipped into thoughts she scolded herself for. Embarrassed by her own imagination, she tried to focus on the apples, but accidentally cut her finger. Kengo immediately grabbed her hand and, without thinking, put the wound in his mouth to stop the bleeding. Her face turned red, and she quickly pulled her hand away. She told him sternly that bacteria from the mouth could cause a secondary infection and warned him to be more careful. Kengo nodded and promised to be cautious from then on. Soren thanked him and excused herself for work. He also left shortly after, but in his car he still worried, thinking she probably found it disgusting and wishing he had used a cotton ball instead. At the office, Hongchan noticed Kengo's tired face and teased him about his dark circles, saying he looked as if he had not slept all night. Kengo dismissed him, telling him to shut up and leave. Hongchan joked further, warning him not to overdo things, but Naren interrupted, telling Hongchan to stop treating Kengo like a child. Just then, Hongchan received a video call from his little son. He smiled warmly as he spoke with the child, but when Naren's face suddenly appeared in the frame, the baby started crying. Hongchan complained that she had startled his son. Naren replied coldly that all the child did was cry anyway and questioned how Hongchan could still find him cute. Hongchan answered that of course he did, because she could not understand what it felt like to have a child. Then he walked away. Afterward, Naren turned to Kengo and asked if she really looked so frightening. Kango replied that she should stay away from Hong Chan's child, since a baby should only see happy and positive things. He admitted that she was frightening even him, especially because he felt more sensitive than usual these days. Kango told Naren to stop glaring at him and leave. He replied that he was only feeling sensitive, but she replied he seemed more excited after marrying Soren. Kango wondered to himself if he really looked that way. He then asked her when she was planning to tell Hyung about her pregnancy. Naren questioned why he cared, and Kango explained that if Hyung is father of the baby, then the baby would be his first niece or nephew. She dismissed it, saying it had nothing to do with him, and told him not to jump to conclusions. He admitted he was relieved to hear that. Naren warned him not to tell anyone about her pregnancy before she announced it herself. But just then, Hong Chan opened the door, and every other staff member overheard her words. They immediately started congratulating her. The next day, Kango cooked grilled fish and wondered if Soren was going to skip breakfast. He remembered how she had once said she loved grilled fish. He thought of knocking on her door to wake her up, but in the end, he ate alone and went to the office. At work, everyone was already discussing Naren's pregnancy. They whispered about who the man in her life might be with someone scary like Naren and when the wedding would happen. When Naren entered, the girls fell silent. She told them firmly that she was not getting married, and if they had questions, they should ask her directly instead of gossiping behind her back. The girls quickly apologized. Naren reminded them that they should focus on finishing their work instead of wasting time. She asked them if every pregnant woman must get married and said their ideas were unoriginal. Just then, Kango appeared with a lollipop in his mouth. He teased that most people, except her, lived boring lives. She asked him why he was eating a lollipop, and he told her to speak for herself. At that moment, Kango received a message from Soren. She said she had a lot of work and would be home late, so he should not wait for her. He wondered if she was avoiding him because of what happened when he sucked her finger. Later, he got another text from her saying she was attending a workshop the next day, which surprised him because it was the weekend. Meanwhile, Soren sat in her office, still troubled by that same incident. She remembered how embarrassed she had felt and even thought she might kiss him that day. She wondered why such thoughts kept returning to her and admitted to herself that this was the reason she didn't feel comfortable going home. Then she received a message from Kango saying he was going on a business trip and would return on Sunday. She felt relieved, thinking she no longer had to hide out at work and could finally spend the day at home in peace. That evening, when she arrived home, she enjoyed the feeling of freedom but noticed how tired she looked. It was no surprise since she had been leaving early for work and coming home late for the past few days. Kango, on the other hand, sat in his car on his way out and regretted that he hadn't even seen her before leaving. He felt they hadn't gotten close enough yet. Back at home, Soren discovered that the hot water wasn't working and realized the boiler was broken. She wondered if Kango had been taking cold showers. She decided to check the second-floor bathroom and found that the hot water there was still running. She stepped inside and began bathing, listening to music, and relaxing in the warm water. At the same time, Kango suddenly remembered he had forgotten his ID. He asked his driver to turn the car around and return home. As Soren enjoyed her bath, she had no idea that Kango was already on his way back to the house. Kango returned home to pick up his forgotten ID, but as he entered, he heard the sound of water running from his bathroom. He wondered who could be inside, since Soren was supposed to be at the work. For a moment, he even thought if it was a burglar, but then questioned what kind of thief would take a bath in someone else's house. When he opened the bathroom door, he was shocked to see Soren in the bathtub, listening to music. She froze with embarrassment, realizing that she had always tried to keep their living spaces separate, but now she was caught using his bathroom. Kango stood stunned, unable to think clearly, while she tried to explain that the hot water on the first floor wasn't working, so she had no choice but to use his. Suddenly, Soren sneezed, and her body shifted above the water, making the situation even more awkward. Kango's thoughts ran wild, and desire almost overcame him, but he quickly forced himself to turn away. Controlling his emotions, he told her that he only came back to collect his ID and asked her to enjoy her bath before leaving the room. As he walked away, he felt disturbed, thinking he had almost acted like a man who couldn't control himself. He reminded himself that they were married, but still, it was hard for him to keep pace with Soren's cold distance. Later, Soren was left alone in the house, her mind filled with embarrassment. She thought about how Kengo had caught her in the most humiliating moment. Fearing that something even more uncomfortable might happen if she stayed, she decided to leave for a while. She looked up travel options and, by chance, saw Meidi's post showing that he was in Jeju Island. She asked him if he was still there, and when he confirmed, she requested to join him. Meidi agreed, and Soren felt relieved, believing she had found the perfect hiding place. Without delay, she packed her things and drove off to Jeju Island. At the same time, Kengo was also in Jeju for a business meeting. After finishing his work, his business partner suggested he stay another night, but Kengo politely refused, saying that his wife was waiting for him at home. Deep inside, however, he doubted whether Soren was really waiting, as she seemed to be avoiding him. Not long after, Kengo noticed Soren with Meidi, drinking together. Shocked, he immediately walked over just as Soren was about to take another glass. He snatched it from her hand, and her expression froze when she saw him standing there. Kengo demanded to know why she was there, but instead of asking her directly, he turned to Meidi for an explanation. Meidi replied that Soren had asked him to join her for hiking on the island. Kengo, clearly displeased, told Meidi that his wife was drunk and they would talk later. He then took Soren with him. On the way, he firmly told her that he was no longer going to adjust himself to her pace, and from now on, she would have to keep up with his. In her drunken state, Soren laughed and asked what he really wanted from her. She moved closer, insisting that she wasn't drunk, and even asked him to smell her to confirm. Hugging him tightly, she made him lose focus, and he pleaded inside for her to let go, as he couldn't think straight. Eventually, he put her in the car, and Meidi came over to hand Soren's bag to him. Kengo accepted it with a cold glare, making Meidi uneasy. Meidi told him not to stare like that, as it was frightening. Kengo warned him never to drink with Soren again, thinking to himself that he wanted to be the only one to see her in such a vulnerable state. With that, he left with Soren, who was still drunk inside the car, talking about what a great person Meidi is. Meidi had always been caring towards Soren, and she trusted him deeply. She felt she could follow him anywhere without worry. But Kengo reminded her that things were different now. He told her that she could not do that anymore because she was married, and it was not right to go around with another man. Soren agreed, admitting that her husband was right. She even held Kengo's hand and touched his cheek, saying that she was not going anywhere anymore. She had her husband beside her, and from now on, she would only follow him. Kengo reminded her of the promise she had made to only follow him. Later, when they were shown together in a hotel room, Soren leaned closer and said she had a favor to ask. She asked if she could touch him just once, leaving Kengo shocked and confused by what she meant. She placed her hand on his chest, commenting that it felt firm, like bouncy balls. She teased that her husband was not only handsome but also well-built, while squeezing his chest. Kengo caught her hand to stop her, but she mischievously told him that if he wanted, he could touch her too, to make things fair. Kengo pushed her gently, thinking to himself if he still had the patience left to keep control. His mind was clouded with desire, and he felt he could not hold back any longer. But just as his emotions grew stronger, Soren suddenly turned away, muttering that she wanted to sleep for 5 more minutes. That simple action stopped him in his tracks, leaving him frustrated and wondering how much longer she would make him wait. The next morning, Soren remembered everything that had happened the night before. She realized she could not hide her desires anymore, and she worried about how to explain herself to Kengo. When she came out of the room, she greeted him with a good morning and said she had something important to tell him. Kengo replied that he also had something to say, but Soren insisted on speaking first. She made it clear that she was completely sober and that what she was about to say came from a clear mind. Then, without hesitation, she told him that she wanted his body. Her words left Kengo shocked. She quickly explained that he might not believe her, but she was not usually the type to express her physical desires. Before marriage, she had never been like this. But ever since marrying him, she felt more open. She admitted that she did not want to behave this way, but he was simply too attractive, and she could not help it. Kango found her cuteness overwhelming, though she herself feared that he was upset with her. She confessed that it was only after a few drinks that she had asked to touch him or kiss him, and now she wanted to say it directly, with a sober mind. She explained that the reason she was being honest was because she wanted to avoid an even greater mistake. Kango wondered what she meant by a mistake. Soren explained that there was a line between them that should never be crossed, and she wanted to prevent that from happening. But Kango thought differently. For him, if she was the one asking, crossing that line would not be a mistake at all. He could not understand why she wanted him, but was still trying to put distance between them. Kango then asked if what she wanted was only his body, or if it was something more. Soren told him not to overthink it. She explained that her feelings were simple. She only wanted his body. If he agreed, they could even redefine their relationship. But if he refused, then they would have to avoid each other. Or she could stay somewhere else for some time. She assured him that she would make sure to stay out of his way. Kango told her that he needed time to gather his thoughts, and they would talk about it again later. In the next scene, the two of them were shown traveling back home on an airplane. Soren sat silently, lost in her thoughts, replaying every word she had said to him. She wondered what must be going through his mind. She knew he could reject her offer, and the thought of waiting for his answer only made her more anxious. At home, Hongchon asked Yeonhui if Soren had mentioned anything about holding a housewarming party. He wondered if she had any plans for one. Yeonhui replied that she doubted they would have time, as the couple was probably very busy. Hongchon admitted that he wanted to know what their new place looked like and even suggested they could ask to visit during Christmas. But Yeonhui disagreed, saying that would be rude since Soren and Kango were newly married. She also reminded him that Christmas was always a difficult time for Soren because of her past experiences. Instead, Yeonhui suggested they could simply invite Soren for dinner one day. Hongchon shook his head and told her it would not be possible that day, since Soren and Kango had gone together to Jeju Island. Hearing this, Yeonhui thought about how Soren usually avoided doing things with her partner. Even back when she was dating Jinsang, she had always kept a certain distance. At times, it was even hard to tell whether they were truly together. In reality, Jinsang had been the one chasing after her, constantly asking for dates and time together. Hongchon then wondered aloud why she had stayed with him for 9 years. Yeonhui explained that relationships were complicated. Just because someone loved another did not mean they could always be with them. During those 9 years, Soren had been caring for her stepfather, who was battling cancer, while also preparing for law school, helping out at her brother's restaurant, and focusing on her studies. She likely missed the right time to break up with Jinsang, or never found a clear reason to leave. That was why her sudden marriage to Kango fascinated Yeonhui. She could not understand how the two had grown close so quickly. Hongchon agreed, adding that Kango himself had shown no interest in women before. Yeonhui replied that it was hard for her to even imagine Soren being madly in love. In the next scene, Soren and Kango returned home from their trip. Soren asked him when they could discuss the matter they had talked about earlier. She said she only asked because she was unsure how much time he needed to think, and if he wanted to reject her offer, he was welcome to do so immediately. Kango told her that what he wanted was not only physical intimacy, and that she should wait. He then went to his room, but in his mind, he admitted that he also desired her body, yet more than that, he longed for her heart. Later, in his office, Hongchon told Kango that Naren was planning to move back to her parents' house and live alone. He asked if Kango was not worried about her, considering she was pregnant. Kango replied that if Hongchon wanted to help, then he should not make a big deal out of it. Hongchon sighed and said that both of them were heartless. When Kango was left alone, he wondered if Naren was really planning to raise the baby by herself. He thought back to his own wedding day and the look on her face. He usually hated interfering in other people's business, but this time he picked up the phone and called Hyung. He asked if Hyung was free and if he could visit him, and Hyung agreed. After the call, Kango reflected on how both Soren and Hyung lived in the same neighborhood where he had once been kidnapped as a child. Although many years had passed since that incident, He could never completely forget it, and being near that area always reminded him of those painful memories. That evening, Soren returned home from work, completely exhausted. To her surprise, she saw Kengo waiting for her. She asked why he was there, and he came closer, telling her to look at him. She felt nervous and could not meet his eyes, but he gently held her face and told her that he had made up his mind. He said he wanted her, her body, her heart, everything. To make himself clear, he confessed that he liked her. Soren removed his hand from her face and asked why he was saying such things, since he had never shown any sign of liking her before. Kengo then reminded her of all the moments in the past. He told her to remember when he had asked her to use him, the reason he had punched Jinsang, the day he had gone to the police station, the moment at their wedding when he said he would take care of her, and even the time when he admitted he had known her long before she started dating Jinsang. He revealed that all of it had been because he liked her. Soren asked Kengo why he had accepted her marriage proposal. Kengo explained that it was because he had had feelings for her all this time. Surprised, Soren asked why. If he had felt that way for years, he had never said anything. Kengo admitted that during those years, she had been with Jinsang for 9 years. All he could do was watch from a distance, quietly, without expecting her to share his feelings. Soren then asked why he had decided to marry Naren. Kengo replied that when it came to marriage, he did not care who he ended up with, unless it was Soren. Since she had been with Jinsang, all he could do was give her space and wait quietly. He told her that if she wanted his body, she would first need to show him her heart. Once he could have her heart, he would give her whatever she wanted. He assured her that he could wait and encouraged her to take as much time as she needed to sort out her thoughts. Later, Soren was in her room, lying in bed, deep in thought. She considered what Kengo had said and wondered how she truly felt. She admitted to herself that she was attracted to his body, but questioned whether that could be called love. She reflected on her past, remembering how everyone she had loved had either been hurt or left her. Love had always brought pain, and she wondered if she could ever love again. Outside, the rain fell softly, adding to her contemplative mood. A knock on the door interrupted her thoughts. Soren called out, asking if it was Kengo. When he confirmed, she opened the door and asked what he wanted. Kengo explained that, because of the thunderstorm, he thought she might be scared, so he had come to offer to sleep beside her. Without waiting for Soren's answer, Kengo entered her room. Soren reminded him that she had not yet made up her mind, and she pointed out that sleeping together was not part of their agreement. Kengo turned to her and reminded her that she had once asked if she could sleep in his room, which meant she had already broken the rules before. Hearing that, Soren realized she had indeed crossed the contract multiple times. In the end, she quietly asked which side of the bed he wanted. Kengo slipped into the bed, said goodnight, and quickly fell asleep. Soren lay awake, wondering why he had come into her room when he already had his own. She tried to push away her thoughts, reminding herself that she had work the next morning. Yet the question lingered. Why had he chosen to stay beside her? Deciding she would move to the couch instead, she started to get up, but Kengo stopped her. He pulled her into his arms and told her not to go. He said he wanted nothing more than to just stay like that, holding her close, even if she demanded compensation for breaking the contract. As the thunder roared outside, he hugged her tightly. In that moment, Soren realized he might actually be afraid of thunderstorms. She gently asked if he was all right. Kengo whispered that all he needed was for her to stay, because she was everything to him. Touched by his words, she hugged him even more tightly, assuring him that everything would be fine. With that comfort, the night slowly passed. The next morning, Soren woke up and saw him still sleeping soundly. She felt relieved, knowing she could go to work without worrying about him. As she drove to work, she thought about the night before. She realized that Kengo disliked many things: thunder, physical closeness. Yet last night, he had needed her. His words echoed in her mind, how he had said it took him 10 years to have her, and that he liked her. She admitted to herself that no matter how hard she tried, she could not stop thinking about him. Her heart raced when she saw him, and she felt butterflies whenever she heard his voice. It became clear to her. She liked Kengo. Filled with determination, she turned back home. She noticed his car was still there and thought it was the perfect chance to tell him everything. She was ready to confess her feelings and admit that she had actually liked him all along. Excited, she opened the door, only to see Kengo coming out of the bathroom, undressed. He looked at her and teased that it really must be just his body she wanted. Flustered, Soren quickly denied it, insisting that was not the truth. A little later, after putting on clothes, Kengo told her he could not believe she had pretended to go to work just to come back and catch him like that. Embarrassed, Soren apologized. He jokingly asked if she had wanted to see his body that badly. She protested, saying that was not the reason at all. Gathering her courage, she admitted the real reason. She wanted to see him because she liked him. Kengo responded calmly, saying he already knew she liked his body. But Soren shook her head and, with a trembling voice, corrected herself. She told him that she did not just like him, she loved him. Her sudden confession made Kengo blush deeply. He asked in surprise how she could say something like that so suddenly, comparing her determination to a general ready to conquer an enemy camp. Soren, nervous and unsure, admitted that she had never confessed her feelings before and did not know how to act. Kengo teased that he actually preferred her awkwardness, finding it more genuine. She then explained that it had taken her a long time to understand what love truly was. She had always been too afraid, and the only love she had known was for her family. But with Kengo, things were different. Just seeing him made her happy, and though his words sometimes hurt, it was because it was him. She realized she was in love with him. She told him softly, yet firmly, that she loved him. Kengo blushed even more, so much that he covered his face with his hands. Soren playfully asked if she should call him Mr. instead of Kengo. Overwhelmed, he told her he needed a minute to process everything. Soren laughed and said she was going to be late for work, so they could talk more about it later. That morning they prepared to leave for work together. Kengo offered Soren a ride and she agreed, warning that he would have to take a longer route. He accepted. Before she could get into the car, he asked if it would be all right if she were a little late, since it was their first official day as a real couple. Then he kissed her. When he noticed her lipstick was smudged, she laughed and kissed him again. At the office, Soren's friend Yeonhui noticed how relaxed Soren's face looked and asked if she had skipped breakfast. Soren smiled and thought of the kiss, saying that today marked the official start of their relationship. In Kengo's office, Hongchan teased him about looking so happy and urged him to return to his usual scowl face. Both newlyweds tried to work, but their heads were full of that morning. This day felt like the real start of married life. Hyung walked into Soren's office carrying lunch, including some radish kimchi he had made for Kengo. Soren quietly wondered when her brother and Kengo had grown so close. Her brother noticed she hadn't eaten and mentioned that he knew she tended to skip meals. Soren asked if he had told Kengo about Christmas, and he confirmed that he had, reasoning that Kengo should know since he was now part of their family. Meanwhile, Kengo was in his office thinking about what Hyung had told him. Both his and Soren's parents had passed away around Christmas, though in different years, and he had injured his leg in December as well. He understood that this time of year was especially difficult for Soren. He remembered Hyun asking him to take care of her and also inquiring about his married life. Kengo admitted that he was very happy and grateful to his grandfather for encouraging him to marry. Kengo had offered to set him up with someone, but Hyung politely declined, explaining that he preferred to stay single rather than burden someone with his flaws. In the present, Naren approached Kengo, calling his attention repeatedly, but he hadn't been responding. She reminded him that she was very busy and insisted that he check some documents. He took the documents and began reviewing them. Then he pressed her, asking when she planned to tell Hyung something. Naren asked what he meant, noticing the intense look on his face. Naren insisted it didn't concern him and questioned why he cared. Kengo explained that it did matter to him because the father of her baby was his brother-in-law. Once the baby was born, it would be his niece or nephew, making them part of his family. Naren tried to insist that she had no intention of telling him and asked Kengo to pretend he didn't know, but he refused. He said he will be involved in Hyung's life, and the same applied to Naren. Naren, on the verge of tears, explained that Hyung had said he didn't want to be with her and that he hated her. Kango reflected on Hyung's feelings and knew that he would never act in a way that would intentionally hurt someone, even if he had spent a night with them and created a child. He understood that Hyung simply didn't want to be a burden. Naren was overwhelmed, feeling helpless, and asking what she was supposed to do if Hyung didn't want to be with her. Kango advised her to meet with him and talk things through instead of assuming the worst. Naren protested, convinced that Hyung's dislike was justified, blaming herself for having a difficult personality. Kango asked Naren why she was so afraid of raising the baby on her own. He wondered why she kept hiding and what she was so scared of. He told her that if she needed help, she only had to say so because he would do anything for her since she was now part of his family. But Naren asked him to stop using the word family. She said it disgusted her because in her eyes, he and Soren were only married on paper. Kango told her that he was going to delete their contract since there was no need for one anymore. He explained that he had married for love, not for convenience. This shocked Naren, and she stared at his smile in disbelief. She told him to wipe that smile off his face because it made him look like a movie villain. Kango teased her back, saying that she shouldn't cry either because when she did, she looked like a ghost from a horror movie. Meanwhile, Soren sat in her office, thinking quietly. She reminded herself that their story had such a ridiculous beginning, and it should be fine to just delete the marriage contract. But then she thought she should ask Kango's opinion first. Later that day, Mady entered Soren's office. He noticed that she had fallen asleep at her desk, something he had never seen before in all the years he had known her. He thought she looked beautiful, but also unusual. As he glanced around, his eyes fell on the marriage contract file lying nearby. Curiosity struck him, and he wondered what it could be. After work, Kango waited for Soren outside her office. Everyone passing by admired him, saying he looked like a celebrity or like a character who had stepped out of a painting. Soren overheard their words and felt proud as she thought to herself that this man was her husband, someone she loved deeply, and who also loved her. She walked toward him with warmth in her heart. Together, they went to a restaurant. Soren mentioned that she wasn't sure if he liked French food, but she was open to anything as long as it tasted good. Kango watched her closely, noticing that although she appeared cheerful, her eyes still carried hidden sadness. He guessed that it was because of the Christmas season and decided it would be better not to bring up the idea of celebrating it. Soren then apologized and explained that she would not be able to spend Christmas with him. She told him that she had made a booking long ago for a temple stay, so it couldn't be canceled. Kango was surprised at first, but listened as she went on. She shared that her brother must have already told him about their family's painful history during Christmas. She remembered how, as a child, she had once thrown a tantrum because she wanted an ice cream cake instead of the regular cake her mother had bought. Her mother had gone out to get the ice cream cake, but met with an accident. Ever since then, every Christmas had brought some tragedy into their lives. That night at home, Soren lay in bed while Kango thought deeply about her pain. He realized she must be carrying immense grief, and he wondered if he would ever truly understand it. He only wished that this painful day would pass quickly for her. The next day, Soren arrived at the temple. Looking around, she thought about how the two religions seemed to have come together, with Christmas decorations filling the place. She felt it defeated the purpose of her visit and regretted not staying at home with Kango. She missed him badly and wished she hadn't left him alone on Christmas. But when she turned around, she saw him standing right behind her. She was stunned and asked why he had come. Kango told her that he had missed her too much and couldn't stay away. Overcome with emotion, she hugged him and began to cry. He held her gently and told her to let it out, reminding her that when she felt like crying, she should not hold back. After some time, she asked him if she looked like a mess. Kango admitted that she did, but assured her that to him, she was still beautiful. He told her that from now on, she should cry only in his arms, because he would always be there for her through every up and down. His words made her cry even harder, but this time, it was within the safety of his embrace. Later, Soren, Kango, and Hyung went together to visit their parents' memorial, offering Christmas wishes. Soren expressed her happiness, saying that she felt grateful because Kango was now by her side. When Hyung asked to spend more time alone with their parents, Soren and Kango waited outside. While walking out, Kango mentioned to Soren that he felt her brother seemed lonely. She explained that she had tried many times to set him up on dates, but he always turned them down. She had never seen him with anyone, so she didn't even know what kind of women he liked. He replied that he was sure he had a very unusual taste in women, maybe a dominant woman. He hesitated as if he wanted to say something about that night, but before then his phone rang. After answering, he told her there was a problem at the factory and that he had to head there immediately. She commented that he seemed to travel for work quite often. He admitted that he had no choice, since handling such issues was part of his job. She, however, was lost in thought, wondering what he had been about to say about tonight. She imagined whether it could be something new they would do together that evening. Back home, she kept thinking about it. Did he mean what she thought he meant? Could he be ready to take their relationship to the next level? She felt she needed time to prepare herself mentally. She reached for her phone but hesitated. Her own voice sounded strangely soft and alluring to her. She wondered why her mind was filled with such daring thoughts and tried to snap out of it, telling herself to think instead about what she could do for Kango. Meanwhile, Kango was shown driving in his car. He thought about how he had planned to suggest that they actually start living together from that night on. He decided he would talk to her about it when he returned. The next day at the office, Mady and Soren were seen talking. She praised his turtleneck and asked where he had bought it. She said she was thinking of getting one for Kango and asked if he could help her. Mady said he didn't mind, but reminded her that Kango hated having things touch his neck. Soren replied that this was exactly why she wanted to buy one for him. She suggested they go shopping together during lunch. Mady then asked her if she was enjoying her married life. She smiled and said that she was very happy, but his words made her think again about the contract. Later, back at home, Soren reflected on Kango's condition. She thought about how he had developed a tactile sensitivity after his kidnapping incident. It was a form of post-traumatic stress disorder. She remembered that he was also afraid of thunderstorms. She thought back to the time when her brother had injured himself while trying to protect her from a suspicious man on a stormy day. That was why she herself disliked such weather. She also recalled what Kango had once told her, that his condition wasn't curable. He had said that some people were simply made differently and that he had decided to live with it since it was not a huge inconvenience. But he had added that he felt better when he was with her, and if she was so worried, she could try to help him overcome it. Returning to the present, she thought about how he was the one who had brought it up. Maybe, with her help, he could actually get better. At that moment, Kango returned home from his trip. Soren looked at him and told him to take off his shirt. He was shocked by her sudden words. She urged him again, saying they should give it a try. He asked what she was thinking as she approached him and started unbuttoning his shirt. He looked at her with surprise and asked her to explain. She realized she had gotten ahead of herself and apologized. But Kango grinned and joked that he had no idea she liked things so rough. He then took off his own shirt and told her to go ahead and do what she wanted with him. Soren panicked inwardly, realizing her plan was changing. She quickly explained that she had bought the turtleneck for him. She had thought he should start wearing it to gradually increase his exposure and help his condition improve. She asked him to try it on. Kango replied that he wanted her to do it. He wanted her to put it on him herself. Soren told herself to stay focused, reminding herself that she was doing this to treat his condition. She agreed and put the turtleneck on him. As she did, she found herself thinking that she could no longer see his chest muscles. It was a shame, but at the same time, she couldn't help noticing how good he looked even now. She could see his abs and a hint of his pelvic line. She thought with amazement that this handsome body belonged to her husband. Her heart raced as she tried to resist her growing attraction, scolding herself inwardly to remember that she was doing this to help him. Soren's mind was restless, filled with thoughts she didn't want to admit. She wondered why her imagination kept slipping into such bold and inappropriate places. On the other hand, Kango was also struggling. He thought that Soren was acting so strangely adorable that it was becoming impossible for him to hold himself back. He pulled her closer into his arms, but then felt an irritation. Soren asked him softly if the turtleneck felt suffocating. He admitted that it did, just a little. He told her to take it off quickly, and she removed it at once. She asked if that had been too much for their first attempt. Kango told her that it had been fine at first, but the discomfort had grown worse after a few seconds. He added that it had only felt okay because she was the one who had put it on him. Soren encouraged him, saying that they should keep trying and that she believed they could solve it together. Hearing her say, "we," made Kango's heart warm. He thought about how they were now married and had vowed to spend their lives together. The word "we" sounded like forever, and he liked that thought. But while Kango was lost in those feelings, Soren was quietly worried about something else. She wondered why she kept getting cramps in her lower belly. Before long, Kango told her that there was something more important they needed to settle. He suggested they scrap their contract completely and start living together in the same room. Soren was surprised and admitted that she had been planning to bring up that topic herself. But before she could continue, sudden discomfort made her excuse herself and rush away. Kango followed, asking if she felt sick. She told him she just needed a minute. Alone in the washroom, she realized the truth. It was her time of the month. She had sensed it was coming, but felt frustrated by the timing. Later, she returned to him and told him she needed a week before they could continue the discussion. Kango asked why a week. She answered vaguely, saying that sometimes people need time to think things through. She even gave an example, suggesting that they might need to rearrange their furniture. Kango told her that the furniture was already arranged, but Soren insisted that they should wait and move in together after a week. She then left for her room, leaving Kango confused about why she needed that time. Not long after, Soren received a text message from Kango's grandfather, asking if she was free the next day and inviting her to lunch. The following day, she met him. She apologized, saying she had been busy and had not visited him often. The grandfather waved it off and explained the real reason he had called her. He asked for her bank account number and requested that she write it down. Surprised, she asked why he needed it. He explained that he also wanted to know how much money she owed to Jin-sung's family. Soren said that the debt was hers and that she intended to repay it herself. The old man sighed and told her that he felt hurt. He said that this was the only way a poor man like him could help her. If she refused, then what else was left for him except to wait for death? His words struck her deeply, making her feel that he was using emotional blackmail. Still, she wrote down her bank account number and gave it to him. The grandfather smiled gently, commenting that she was weak to tears. But he admitted that there was some truth in his words. He told her that he already knew she owed a huge debt to Kango and his son, and that he wanted to do anything possible to repay even a fraction of that debt. Helping her, he explained, was also a way of helping Kango. He said that being able to help gave him peace, and he asked her to allow him this chance. Soren felt moved and told him that she would never forget his kindness. He replied that he was the one who should be grateful because she was allowing him to repay his debt. Then, with a hesitant smile, he asked her a question. He apologized for being rude, but said he wanted to know how she had ended up owing money to Jin-sang. Soren explained that one night a fire had broken out in her brother's restaurant. They had been forced to compensate all the other businesses in the building for the damage. At that time, Jin-sang had learned of their situation and had stepped in to cover everything. Because of that, she had become indebted to him. She said she had managed to break things off with him later, after discovering that he had been cheating. At the word fire, the grandfather repeated it to himself with interest. Then the story shifted to Jin-sang. He was shown fuming with anger, shouting about Kango. He cursed that the more he thought about it, the more furious he became. He claimed that Kango had stolen not only his inheritance, but also Soren. His mother tried to calm him, telling him that life was unfair, but that he should let it go. But Jin-sung's rage only deepened. He declared bitterly that he wished Kango would drop dead. Soren's mother-in-law had a plan in her mind. She was determined to make sure her sweet Jin-sang got everything back, whispering to herself that fire always left nothing behind. The next day, Soren shared everything with Kango. She told him that grandfather had paid her debt. She explained that it was a very large sum of money, but he had been so generous that she felt both grateful and sorry at the same time. She promised herself to do her best to show how much she appreciated him. Kango listened and remarked that her words sounded like something a wife would say. Soren blushed and reminded him that she actually was his wife, even though things had happened out of order, which made the word feel a little awkward. Kango smiled and hinted that there's a way to make the word wife sound less awkward. He suggested they simply start doing the things that married couples usually did. Hearing this made Soren's heart flutter. She thought to herself that whenever this man got the chance, he found a way to make her heart beat faster. If he kept this up, she would surely fall in love with him. But suddenly, her cramps returned, and she excused herself. She told him she had a busy morning the next day and should go to bed early. Wishing him good night, she left him alone. Kango, sitting there, wondered if she was trying to tease him slowly, sucking the life out of him before the week was up. But then he remembered the pained look on her face and thought she truly must be in pain and needed the week's rest. The next morning, at breakfast, Kango made a special meal for her. Surprised, Soren asked why he had done this, pointing out that it wasn't even a holiday. He then wrapped her in warm clothes before they left. In the car, he kept asking if the temperature was okay and whether the seats were warm enough. He even worried aloud that the air might be too dry. All along, he carefully took care of her. Before parting, he told her to call him when she got off work, so he could come and pick her up. Then he left. Later, Jinsong's mother visited the grandfather. Grandfather was surprised and told her that it was bold of her to come, since he never expected a visit after the humiliation she had faced during his grandson's wedding. She responded with politeness, admitting that everything he had said back then was right, and she had been out of line. She explained that she had come not only to greet him but also to apologize for her behavior. Grandfather, though suspicious of her intentions, told her that perhaps he too had been harsh that day and expressed his regret. She dismissed it, saying she had taken Soren under her care for many years, since Soren had been her son's girlfriend for a long time. She admitted she had gotten emotional and only meant to say a few things about her, but ended up going too far. Grandfather replied that he understood, saying she must know Soren better than he did. The woman agreed and began praising Soren, saying she was good with money and attentive and would surely be a great help to Kango at work. Grandfather said he was glad to hear this. But then the woman added that Soren had only one flaw: she had a stepbrother. This made Grandfather pause, and he asked about it. She pretended to be surprised, acting as if she thought he already knew. She then continued, saying she had always found it strange how distant Soren was with Jinsong, but so loving and devoted to her stepbrother. She even mentioned that Soren had borrowed money from her, claiming her brother's restaurant had problems. The woman hinted that a man and a woman living together under one roof, without being related by blood, seemed suspicious. Grandfather silently thought to himself how rotten this woman truly was. He knew how much Soren and her brother had relied on each other through hard times. To twist such a bond into something evil made his heart ache. Still, the woman kept going, saying Soren had borrowed a lot of money from them but had suddenly managed to pay it all back just yesterday. This, she claimed, made her believe the reason Soren married Kango was because of that money. She asked where Grandfather thought the money had come from. Grandfather replied calmly that it had come from him. Inside, however, he thought he finally understood her game. Her only goal was to create division in their family. But in her scheming, she had made a mistake. A fire had once broken out at Soren's brother's restaurant. Jinsong somehow learned about it and gave money to cover the damages. Later, he and his mother used this fact to threaten Soren, which made her realize that these events were not just coincidences. He began to feel that her time might be limited, yet there was still something he needed to take care of. Meanwhile, at the office, Kango asked Hongchan why Naren had not come to work. Hongchan explained that she was not feeling well. He also reminded Kango that there was still a lot of work to finish. Kango sighed and said they had no choice but to work late. In his thoughts, he worried about Soren, who was suffering from cramps, but he knew he would not be able to pick her up. He texted her, explaining that he would be late because Naren was unwell and had not come in. As he wrote the message, he remembered that he was able to marry Soren only because of Naren. He thought about Naren too, realizing she must also be going through a difficult time. He texts Soren that he have a lot of work and can't come to her because Naren is unwell and he have to do Naren work. Soon after, Soren asked him for Naren's address. Later that day, Soren went to see Naren, kindly calling her elder sister. She explained that she had heard Naren was not feeling well and came to check on her. Naren looked at her strangely and asked what she was wearing. Soren replied that it was a long story and asked if she could come in. Naren said she would not turn away someone who came to visit and let her inside. Soren explained that she thought Naren might have trouble keeping food down, so she had brought some dishes her brother made. She told her that his regular customers often said they could eat his food even while sick, and women with morning sickness also loved it. She laid everything out on the table, adding that her brother's summer radish kimchi was incredible. Naren slowly began eating the food. Soren smiled and asked if she had a nickname for the baby yet. Naren admitted she did not, but as she continued eating, tears began rolling down her cheeks. She thought to herself about how delicious the food tasted and how much she missed someone dear to her. When Soren asked if she did not like it, Naren wiped her tears and said she had just thought of a nickname for the baby. She decided to call the baby Yolmu, which was the Korean word for young summer radish. Crying softly, she repeated that this would be the baby's name, while in her heart she longed deeply for Hyung. Meanwhile, at home, Grandfather called Kengo and asked for the address of Soren's brother's restaurant. When he received it, he muttered that it was a strange coincidence. Kengo agreed, saying he too had been surprised at first because so many things seemed to happen in that same area. Grandfather replied that he understood and told Kengo not to come to see him since he knew he was busy. It was New Year's Day, and he had many things to do, so he promised they would talk again soon. Kengo, left in thought, felt that things seemed to be turning complicated, but then he reminded himself that he had Soren in his life now. He believed she was someone who could make him forget all the pain of the past. Looking out together at the view, Soren said it was beautiful. Kengo looked at her and replied in his heart that she was even more beautiful. He wished to protect her from any pain or misfortune and gently kissed her. Elsewhere, Jinsong's mother and father visited Jinsong's grandfather's memorial. There, Jinsong's father spoke sadly, saying he felt like a bad son and apologized. But Jinsong's mother had other thoughts. She blamed Muhobik, believing that because of his incompetence the company had nearly gone bankrupt many times, and she had been the one to step in to save it. She looked at her husband with coldness, thinking that he too had lived a sad life after losing all the good companies to his older brother. She compared his family with her own, saying in her heart that unlike his, her father had taught her how to protect wealth. She remembered her father's strict words, that if someone took something from her, she must take it back by any means necessary. Even if she could not regain it for herself, she must retrieve what was stolen for her children and future descendants. At that time, she had not understood the true meaning of his words. She recalled the fire incident. She reflected on the past, thinking that everything might have been fine if she had gotten rid of Kengo when he was 10 months older. Yet, by some extraordinary miracle, even after he had been kidnapped, he had survived. She resolved to be more careful this time, more precise, and determined not to fail. Later, Soren brought a feather for Kengo. When he asked what it was, she explained that it was meant to help him overcome his tactile defensiveness. She intended to lightly stimulate his neck area and asked him to sit. As she gently moved the feather along his neck, she felt conflicted. She scolded herself for thinking inappropriate thoughts, noticing how attractive he looked with his long neck and the way he was looking at her. She reminded herself that she was only trying to help him with his condition. Meanwhile, Kengo, though initially uncomfortable, found the sensation pleasant and encouraged her to continue. Next day in the office, Kengo's mind kept wandering. He wondered how much longer he would have to wait. Hongchon noticed his tension and teased him, saying that as newlyweds, he and his wife should be all over each other by now. Kengo tried to ignore it, but then he received a text from Soren. Reading it, he nearly fell from his chair. Hongchon rushed over, but Kengo was smiling at the message. Soren had asked him if they should start sleeping in the same room that night. She had been thinking that her week was over and that she could finally start sharing the same bedroom with him, feeling excited. Just then, Mady arrived to drive Soren to the courthouse. On the way, Soren was visibly happy, smiling to herself. Mady noticed and asked if she was enjoying her married life. She admitted that she was, though Kengo's thoughts were conflicted. He wondered if her happiness was genuine or just an act in their contract marriage. Suddenly, while in traffic, another car hit their vehicle from behind. Mady quickly stepped out, took pictures of the car, and called the police. He noticed Soren holding her stomach and feared she might be hurt. The driver of the other car rolled down the window, and Mady smelled alcohol. The man argued aggressively, questioning their respect for elders. Mady responded calmly, pointing out that age alone did not earn respect. The argument escalated, but Mady firmly held the man's hand to stop him from causing more trouble. Seeing Soren in pain, he went to her. The man then said that he knew how to handle the situation and would take the Mady to the police. Mady also replied he also knew many lawyers who could help. Meanwhile, Soren's grandfather visited Hyung's restaurant. He thought the place looked familiar and reflected on memories from long ago. He told his driver that he had something to discuss and insisted he was still fit, so there was no need to worry. He went inside to attend to his matters. Elsewhere, Jinsong's mother met with her elder brother, Park, and her younger brother Hwan, the man who had hit Mady's car. She scolded her younger brother for hitting Soren's car instead of focusing on digging up information about her. He tried to defend himself, asking for sympathy. She angrily reminded him that he had been drinking and still crashed the car. When she asked if he had found anything about Soren, he admitted he had not. She had asked when they planned to sell the building they had set on fire years ago to get what they needed. Hwan told her to be patient, explaining that they would first get people talking about developing the area and then sell the building, promising that she would make some profit from the sale. Park tried to calm everyone down, saying that many plans were already in motion, but Jinsong's mother insisted that they follow her lead, determined to save their family. The scene then shifted to Hyung and grandfather together. Hyung explained that the restaurant had been running for 30 years, originally owned by his parents, before he took over the business. Grandfather remarked that, for a 30-year-old building, the interior looked remarkably clean. Hyung explained that a fire had broken out a few years ago, and they had completely renovated the place. Curious, grandfather asked how he had paid for the damage. Hyung calmly replied that Soren and the insurance company had covered it. He felt a twinge of shame, thinking that he hadn't done much himself. Grandpa then reflected on Soren, noting that she had grown into a smart and confident woman thanks to the way she had been raised. Meanwhile, Hyung seemed unaware that Soren had actually taken money from Jinsong, not from the insurance. Changing the topic, the grandfather mentioned that there had been many fires in the neighborhood over the years. Hyung agreed, explaining that the area had many old buildings. He recalled a huge fire from his childhood and even remembered once calling 911 to report a fire when Soren was still a student. The grandfather added that he also had a painful memory of a fire in the neighborhood. He thought it had occurred somewhere around the block. Although it had happened 30 years ago and might no longer exist, he remembered it being a newly opened restaurant at the time. Hyung's eyes widened as his grandfather described the place. It had been called Jeon Eatery. Hyung was astonished and asked how grandfather knew about it. He explained that the eatery had been named after his mother, Jeon. The grandfather was shocked and stood up, clearly moved by the memory. Kengo rushed into the hospital and went straight to Soren's bedside. He asked what the scan had shown, and she replied that she only had a slight fracture and that a brace had been placed around her abdomen. Soren noticed how worried he looked and thought that he might have cried if she had been more seriously hurt. She imagined that if they had started sharing a room because of the accident, things between them might have changed. Kengo asked about the person who caused the crash. Soren said Mady had promised to handle it, but she feared the driver had done this before. Kengo admitted that he wanted to chase the man down and make him pay. He then suggested moving Soren to a private room, but she refused. She said she was comfortable where she was and reminded him that her insurance did not cover private rooms. He offered to pay with his own money. At that moment, Kengo's phone rang. His grandfather asked where he was and whether he was with Soren. Kengo said they were at the hospital and that Soren had been admitted. His grandfather asked what had happened and hurried over. Hyung and the grandfather arrived at the hospital. Grandpa took Soren's hand and thanked her. Soren, still shaken, insisted it had not been a big accident and that she only needed to stay for 3 days. Grandfather recognized the person who had pulled Kengo out of the fire. It was Soren's mother. Soren could not speak then. She only cried as the memory came back. Long ago, Soren's mother and Kengo's parents had been neighbors. Kengo's parents had looked after Soren's mother when she was alone, and their help had carried her through the hard months of pregnancy. One day a fire broke out in that neighborhood. While everyone waited for the firefighters, Soren's mother ran into the burning building. She forced a door open and found Kengo's parents shielding their 10-month-old son from the flames. They begged her to take the baby and save him. She took Kengo into her arms and ran him out of the smoke, tears falling down her face as she left the rest behind. Afterward, Kengo's grandfather wanted to give Soren's mother money as thanks, but she refused. She felt she had failed to save his son and daughter-in-law. Still, the grandfather insisted that the money was the only way he could repay her for saving his grandson, so she accepted it. She kept that money for years. When Soren was born, she used it to buy a small house where she and her brother grew up. A few years later, she used the rest to open a restaurant. She even sent a photograph of the restaurant to Kengo's grandfather as a way to show her gratitude. Back in the present, Soren looked at that old photograph and let the tears fall. Grandfather said softly that perhaps life tests people when their paths cross. Soren wiped her face and looked at Kengo with a gentle smile. Meanwhile, Mady was investigating the man connected to the accident. He learned the man's name and age. Records showed the man had once crashed into another car while drunk. The police had pursued the case, but the man had powerful connections and had managed to slip free before. Mady realized this was not a simple troublemaker. He had ties that could make things dangerous. Still, Mady thought he could handle the matter, though he knew dealing with the man might lead to bigger problems than he first expected. After Grandpa and Hyung left, Kengo gently held Soren's hand. He told her that from now on he would give her all of his attention. She looked at him with surprise, asking what he meant by that. Kengo explained that she was the reason he was alive, the reason he kept going every day. From the moment he opened his eyes in the morning until the time he went to sleep, he wanted his eyes only on her. Even in his dreams, he wanted to see her. He promised to cut down on work and follow her everywhere, letting her do whatever she wished. He felt he owed his life to her, and so, he wanted to dedicate all of his focus to her. Hearing those words, Soren's heart overflowed. She confessed that she liked him deeply, and with that, she kissed him. When they returned home together, Soren was amazed to see the bedroom beautifully decorated. She told him that he should have let her help, as it must have been so much work for him. But instead of answering, Kengo pulled her close again. Both of them thought about how they had kept missing each other's signals for so long, holding back their feelings, hiding their desires, and yet discovering that their pasts were connected. That night, they could no longer hold back. It became their true wedding night. Kengo teased her not to expect sleep, because he intended to keep her awake all night. As the night went on, Soren felt overwhelmed. She thought to herself that what had just happened was beyond her imagination, even more powerful than she had ever dreamed, like the explosion that created the cosmos. She wished to feel that intensity again. Kengo asked if what they had was not enough, but she reminded him that he had promised to keep her awake. He told her to order him around again, just as she had before, and the night continued until morning finally came. The next day, Kengo prepared breakfast for her. When Soren woke up, she apologized for sleeping late and said she should have helped him. But Kengo told her that he wanted her help in another way, and once again, they lost themselves in each other before sitting down to eat. He had prepared several dishes only for her. She laughed and said she couldn't possibly eat everything, but he assured her that she should not worry. As she watched him, she thought to herself that he seemed determined to make her die of happiness. Kengo told her that being with someone who truly filled your heart with joy was the greatest happiness, and he wished others could experience it too. That was why he wanted to host a housewarming party. He called Naren and invited her, saying it would be him, Soren, and their office colleagues. Naren coldly replied that she did not care about how his house looked and that she was not interested in going, but Kango ignored her refusal and hung up. Naren sighed, thinking that she truly didn't want to attend, but since Soren would be there, and the others from work as well, perhaps it wouldn't be so bad. Later, Naren's mother unexpectedly came to her home. Naren asked why she had come, and her mother explained that her grandmother had kept pestering her, so she had no choice but to drop by. She criticized Naren for living alone in such a small place, calling it a shoebox. Naren replied that it suited her, and now that her mother had checked on her, she should leave. At that moment, her mother noticed a report on the table. Naren quickly tried to take it back, insisting it had nothing to do with her. But her mother slapped her and demanded that she get rid of the report, the child, the house, and even her job. She told Naren to move back home, where the family would set her up with someone. Naren smiled bitterly and said that all her life she had been treated like a burden, but now that she was older, her mother had finally found some use for her. She guessed there must be a company interested in her marriage in exchange for an investment. Furious, her mother tried to scold her, but Naren firmly told her that if she had nothing more to say, she should leave. Once her mother was gone, Naren placed her hands on her stomach and spoke softly to her child. She admitted that the situation had been frightening, but promised it would never happen again. She whispered that as soon as her project was finished, they would go far away, somewhere nobody knew them, so they could start a new life together. She thought that even if no one welcomed her child into the world, the day her child was born, she would always open her arms with love. Hyung was then shown finishing his work. He closed his laptop and said to himself that he was done with editing, eager to see how his latest video was performing. He had been making cooking videos and uploading them on social media. To his surprise, one of his videos had reached 1 million views. Many brands were now contacting him for partnerships. The attention felt overwhelming, but at the same time, he was deeply grateful that so many people were watching. Hyung found it hard to understand why his videos had become so popular. After all, he was simply filming himself cooking. That memory reminded him of Naren's words from long ago. Back then, when Hyung had confessed that he lacked confidence and felt he couldn't handle more customers, Naren had encouraged him. She told him she wasn't asking him to promote his restaurant, but simply to share his cooking with the world. She reminded him that he loved seeing his food warm the hearts of people and that it would be wonderful if even more people could feel that warmth. Back in the present, Hyung's phone rang. It was Kango, inviting him to their housewarming party. At first, Hyung hesitated, saying that the party was mostly for Kango's office friends and that he would feel out of place. But Kango insisted, telling him he was one of the most important people in his life. He explained that there was no point in having a celebration if Hyung wasn't there. Touched by those words, Hyung agreed to come. Kango thanked him, and they planned to meet the following weekend. After hanging up, Kango looked outside the window, watching Soren play with the ice. Everything was part of Kango's plan. He wanted to create a situation where Hyung and Naren would be brought together. As he thought about it, he admitted to himself that he too had once been trapped by fears from past trauma. He believed that love was the key to breaking down the walls around their hearts. His wish was to give Hyung and Naren the courage to open themselves to the world and to help them see the blessings that came with loving someone. That was the gift he wanted to give them. The next day in the office, Hongchon was surprised to see Kango wearing a turtleneck. He remarked that he had never seen Kango dressed like that before. Naren immediately cut him off, telling him to stop making unnecessary comments because there was too much work to do. She then explained that for their online cooking classes, she had recruited verified influencers to teach Japanese, Chinese, and Italian cuisine. She asked Kango to check his email for the documents. Kango noticed something missing and asked if anyone had been found to teach Korean cuisine. He insisted that if someone talented was available, they should be included. Naren admitted that finding the right person for that role would be difficult, but she agreed to try. Later that day, while Kango was washing dishes at home, he turned to Soren and said there was something important he had to tell her. She asked what it was, and he warned her that it might come as a shock. He revealed that Naren would also be at the party. Soren replied that she already knew. But then Kango said that he needed to tell her who the father of Naren's child was. Soren looked confused and asked who it could be. With hesitation, Kango told her it was Hyung, her own brother. Soren froze in shock. unable to believe it. Tears welled in her eyes as she insisted that her brother would never do such a thing, and that there was no way he would turn away from someone who loved him. Kango reassured her that Hyung would never abandon anyone. He explained that was exactly why they needed to help. He believed Hyung had probably stayed away because he did not want to burden Naren with financial struggles, and perhaps circumstances had forced them apart rather than choice. Kango said that their lives were tied together in ways they could not yet imagine. It was not only about the two of them, but also about the people they loved. If even a single knot remained tangled in the string of their connections, they had to untangle it. That, he said, was something they must do together. Naren sat alone, watching Hyung's cooking videos on her phone. Tears rolled down her cheeks as she listened to his voice and saw the way his hands moved while cooking. She softly whispered to her child that the man on the screen was their father, the person she loved most in the world. A few days later came the housewarming party. The house was full of guests, and laughter and chatter echoed through the rooms. Naren was also present, but she felt uneasy. She quietly told her child that the noise was too much, and maybe they should leave. Just as she was about to stand up, Soren stopped her with a warm smile and offered her some dessert, distracting her with more conversation so that she wouldn't leave. Meanwhile, Kango was waiting anxiously for Hyung, calling him to check when he would arrive. Naren, still restless, finally said she needed to go home and asked Soren where her bag was. Soren told her it was in the study upstairs. Naren frowned, suspicious, but said nothing. She thought it was odd and muttered to herself that anyway, she was leaving. Soren gently insisted that she take her bag from the study, explaining the way out, through the front door, then left up the stairs. As Naren climbed the staircase, she grew more doubtful. She wondered why Soren had sent her there, since the house had so many rooms, and she struggled to figure out where the study even was. At that same time, Hyung arrived at the party. Kango greeted him warmly, but insisted they go straight to the study room first. Hyung was confused, asking why, but Kango, with a serious face, repeated that they should head upstairs. Hyung followed, puzzled about Kango's strange behavior. When he reached the stairs, he saw Soren nearby, pretending to work out. He asked her what she was doing there, and she awkwardly replied that she was exercising. Hyung wondered why she would choose that place to do such a thing. Meanwhile, Naren searched for her bag, whispering to her child that their aunt was acting strangely. Yet she admitted that Soren's smile was so lovely, just like Hyung's. Suddenly, Naren realized that Soren had been stalling her all along, keeping her from leaving. Panic struck her as she wondered what they had planned. At that moment, she reached a door and was about to open it when suddenly, Hyung appeared. The two of them stood face to face. Naren tried to ignore him, intending to walk away, but Hyung stopped her. He pulled her into a hug and asked how she had been. Naren's tears fell as she begged him to let her go. Hyung admitted that he had not been well and that he missed her deeply. Naren, hiding her feelings, told him coldly that she had not missed him at all. The scene then shifted to a memory from a few months earlier. It was raining heavily outside Hyung's restaurant. Naren had walked in, drenched and tired. Hyung welcomed her, telling her to take a seat, though inside, he felt nervous, almost as if he had seen a witch appear before him. Naren asked for soup. Hyung handed her a handkerchief and promised the food would be ready soon. When she tasted the kimchi stew, she smiled and told him it was excellent. Hyung was touched, and she couldn't help but think that she had never seen such a warm, gentle smile before. A few months later, she returned to the restaurant. Hyung greeted her again, reminding her that she had visited 2 months earlier. She was surprised that he remembered, but he told her, of course he did. Inside, he was thinking how beautiful she looked and how impossible it would be to ever forget her. From then on, their love quietly began to grow. Back in the present, Naren begged Hyung once more to let her go. She pushed him away and tried to run. In her rush, she stumbled on the stairs and almost fell, but Kango rushed forward and caught her just in time. They both tumbled together, shaken, as Soren came running to check on them. The story then revealed another flashback, this time to a hotel room months earlier. Naren and Hyung had been together in the room when suddenly, Naren's mother barged in. She angrily told Naren that she had arranged a date for her with a wealthy man's son and demanded to know why she was there. Naren firmly replied that she wasn't interested. Her mother, suspicious, asked who was inside the washroom and tried to force her way in. Naren, filled with anger and shame, shouted harshly at her mother to get out of the hotel room immediately. Even when Naren's mother continued pressing, Naren finally stopped her physically, refusing to be pushed any further. Hyung, inside, witnessed the confrontation and felt a deep hurt. The next day, he told Naren that they should no longer meet and insisted that he did not love her. Naren accepted it quietly, telling him to take care of himself. Inside, she wept, thinking that living together with him would have been unbearable if he remained hurt. Though they parted ways, she realized that life without him felt like hell. In the present, Naren woke up in the hospital and immediately worried about her child. She asked if something had happened. Hyung reassured her that the doctor had confirmed everything was fine and their baby was safe. He promised her that he would never let her go again and begged her not to leave or hide elsewhere. She agreed softly, promising to stay with him forever. Meanwhile, Kango had injured his hand. Soren saw him and immediately asked if he was badly hurt. Kango downplayed the injury, saying it was only a little pain and that it would heal in time. He then asked about Hyung and Naren. Soren revealed that she had peeked through the door earlier and did not think they would stay apart from each other anymore. Kango felt relieved to hear this. At that moment, he noticed his grandfather's doctor approaching. The doctor greeted him and asked if he was there because of his arm. Kango confirmed it. The doctor mentioned he had rounds to make and needed to leave. Soren asked Kango who the doctor was, and he replied that it was his grandfather's doctor, though he noticed the doctor seemed unusually flustered. The doctor then went upstairs to check on Kango's grandfather, who was admitted to the hospital. He asked how the grandfather was feeling. Grandpa, with his usual bluntness, remarked that he didn't have much time left and questioned why the doctor asked about his well-being instead of focusing on those with a future. The doctor reassured him, smiling. Grandpa reminded him that he was not a god and would eventually leave the earth. The doctor then said that Kango is in the hospital. Outside the hospital, Kango told Soren that his grandfather still had not answered his phone. Soren replied that he hadn't answered any of her calls yesterday either and wondered if something had happened. Kango considered that it was not unusual for his grandfather to ignore calls for a few days. He then asked Soren to wait in the car for a few minutes while he went back into the hospital. Inside, Kango approached the receptionist, inquiring about his grandfather. The receptionist said they had no record of a patient by that name. Kango realized that if his grandfather was staying in a VIP ward, his name might not appear in the system. He thought that checking every room individually would be invasive and time-consuming, but he had no other choice. Meanwhile, the doctor was on a call with Jin-sung's mother. She asked if Kango had been caught, and the doctor reassured her that, for now, he had not been, and that Grandpa did not seem willing to reveal anything. She noted that Kango would figure things out quickly, and that his involvement could complicate matters. Later, Kango came to Grandpa home. He just had a feeling but that they should at least check. When he opened the door, he saw his grandfather sitting inside. Grandpa greeted him, reminding Kango to be more careful about his arm. Kango explained that he had fallen. Grandpa smiled, acknowledging the care that Soren and Kango had taken, and they all took a seat together. Kango told his grandfather he should check his phone more often, and asked where he might have left it. Grandpa said he had maybe left it in the bathroom. Soren said they had been worried and had called him many times. Grandpa laughed and called Soren his beautiful granddaughter-in-law, promising to be more mindful from now on. Kango said they should be going. Before they left, Grandpa asked Soren to come alone one day because there was something he wanted to show her. She smiled as they walked away. The grandfather's driver watched them leave and then phoned Jin-sung's mother. He reported that Kango did not suspect anything. She praised him, saying he was doing a great job and that Kango was quick on his feet. She added that the old man was acting exactly as she wanted. Then she spoke to someone else and claimed she had been well. She reminded them about the buildings they had discussed and ordered them to keep those properties off the market so no one could buy them. She planned to buy them herself. When the other person asked about money, She said it was too early to talk about that and coldly added that the old man would not live much longer. The next day, when Mady heard that Naren was pregnant and that the father was Soren's brother, he was completely shocked. He thought to himself that it was impossible. His head began to ache as he wondered how Naren and Soren's brother could have met at all. None of it seemed to make sense. Yeonhui admitted that she too had been shocked when she first learned about it. Soren then softly added that sometimes miracles happen and that fate brings certain people together, just like a married couple destined to meet even before they were born. Yeonhui changed the topic and asked Mady why he had not come to the party, since he never usually missed one. She told him many people had been looking for him. Mady explained that he had been busy preparing to send someone to jail. Later, Mady had went to meet another lawyer named Han. At first, she asked him to get to the point quickly as she was busy. He told her that he had important information to share. She reminded him that she was not there to make deals. He replied that he was not asking for a deal, only that she continued doing her job. She was currently investigating Park Corporation, so he asked if she knew that the CEO Park had an older sister and a younger brother. He explained that the younger brother, Hwan, was deeply involved in shady business dealings and Mady planned to take him down, giving her a chance to indict the Park family in the process. Han looked at him suspiciously and asked why he was doing this, since he was not usually the type to fight for justice. Mady told her bluntly that Hwan had rammed into his car and that if anyone dared to cross him, he would make sure they paid for it. Hearing this, she smiled faintly and said that was exactly the kind of man he had always been. Surprised, he remarked that he had never seen her smile before. She told him to be quiet and asked if he had more information to share. Mady confidently replied that he had plenty. He explained that Hwan's company specialized in handling aftermath situations, such as contractor disputes and land acquisitions, and he believed the older brother was also involved. Han studied him for a moment and thought to herself that he was still as handsome as he had been in college. She teased him, saying he was just as clueless now as he had always been. When Mady left, her words echoed in his mind. He wondered why she thought of him as clueless and admitted to himself that she had always been a mystery. Sitting in his car later, he spotted Kengo and Soren together. Seeing them smiling so naturally broke his heart, because deep down he knew their marriage was fake, just a contract. He thought about the contract he had seen himself, yet when he looked at Soren's smile, he wondered how it could be fake. If their happiness were real, he believed he would genuinely cheer for them. He began questioning his own feelings for Soren, confused why he felt happy to see her smile even if it was not for him. At that moment, he remembered Han's words about being clueless and realized that maybe he truly was someone blind to his own emotions. Meanwhile, Jin-sung's family was shown at the dinner table. His father asked his mother where she had been, complaining that she always went out without telling him. She coldly told him it was none of his business. He reminded her that they were married and asked if she had spoken to her brother about funding his company. She explained that her brother was also struggling at the moment. Her husband urged her to convince him, warning that without the money, their family could end up on the streets. Irritated, she snapped back that he was making it sound as though he had been providing for the family all these years, when in reality, she was the one who had saved the company every time it was on the verge of collapsing. She declared that she would continue growing their business and eventually pass it on to their son. Their daughter interrupted, asking what would happen to her if everything was left to Jin-sang. The mother harshly told her to be quiet, promising instead to arrange her marriage into a good family and instructing her to focus only on that. The daughter refused and reminded her mother that inheritance laws did not work that way. She said that people had the right to sue for their legal share, hinting that she would not quietly accept being left out. Her mother angrily asked if she was really planning to sue her own family. She calmly replied that perhaps she had taken after her mother more than anyone thought. Later, Soren was shown at her office when she received a call saying someone was waiting for her. As she stepped outside, she saw Jin-sung's sister, Jinhee. Jinhee greeted her, saying it had been a long time, and called her elder sister. Soren quickly asked what she was doing there. Jinhee explained that she seemed nervous, but didn't need to be. Unlike her mother and brother, she wasn't there to cause trouble. She had come as a client. She said she figured it would be best to speak with a lawyer she already knew. Soren asked if Jinhee was in some kind of legal trouble. Jinhee replied that she wasn't, but she was planning to create trouble for her own family. She admitted it sounded ridiculous, but that was how their family was: her mother, father, brother, and even herself. She then revealed something shocking. When Jin-sang cheated multiple times during his relationship with Soren, it had been their mother who paid those women to seduce him. Soren was stunned by the confession. She told Jinhee she couldn't quite follow, but reminded her that her mother once asked her to take Jin-sang back. Jinhee explained that it was only because their mother didn't want to see her son heartbroken. She wanted to appear like a good mother, pretending to support their relationship while secretly trying to break them apart. In her thoughts, Soren could hardly believe what she was hearing. She wondered how someone could behave in such a cruel way. She had always suspected something was wrong with Jin-song's mother, but never imagined she was this terrible. When Soren asked how Jinhee had discovered all this, Jinhee revealed that she had overheard her mother's phone conversations. She said their mother was constantly on the phone lately, trying to find a loophole to avoid paying taxes on money she planned to give Jin-sang. Jinhee added that she was keeping track of all her mother's secrets and would one day bring her down in one move, and when that day came, she would need Soren's help. Soren felt uneasy, thinking Jinhee was just as frightening as the rest of her family. Jinhee then asked for Soren's business card and said she would call her when the time was right. After she left, Soren sat alone, reflecting. She thought to herself that she was glad she hadn't married Jin-sang, and she felt grateful that Kang-go was now in her life. Meanwhile, Maedy met with Han again. He asked about the progress of his investigation. Han replied that there was nothing much to fight against, as Park's company looked almost perfectly clean. Still, she sensed something strange. It seemed as if the company had been carefully designed to act as a cover, almost as if someone had planned it all along. At the same time, Park was shown on a call with Jin-song's mother. He asked her to put a hold on the things she was working on, explaining that the lawyer Han had started digging into his company. His sister angrily denied being involved, saying she had nothing to do with it. Park reminded her that whenever she needed something done, both he and Hwan had supported her. She replied that she had never once been caught. She explained that the plan had been in the making for over a decade, and if she missed this chance, she would lose everything. Park warned her about what would happen if people found out about her try to kill. She dismissed him, saying it was nonsense, claiming that what he called a trying to kill attempt had only been a fire. Unbeknownst to her, Jinhee overheard this entire conversation between her mother and Park. Then the scene shifted to Kang-go and Soren. She asked him if he was sure he would be fine going alone. Kang-go assured her it was just a simple checkup and told her not to worry. He then asked if she would be alright on her own. She replied confidently that she would, since she was going to meet his grandfather. Kang-go then pulled her closer and wished her a happy birthday. He thanked her for coming into this world. She softly said she had wanted to tell him the same, but he insisted he wanted to be the one to thank her. He promised to shower her with his love. Later, Soren was seen sitting in the car sent by Kang-go's grandfather. She wondered where they were going, especially when she noticed they had arrived in her hometown. As she stepped out, she realized she was standing in front of a real estate agency. Soren asked the driver if they had arrived at the right place. The driver assured her they had and said Grandpa was waiting for her inside. When she went in, Grandpa greeted her warmly. Soren wondered aloud if he had started a real estate business. It sounded like a fun idea, and she admitted she had a good eye for property. Grandpa smiled and said he had something to show her for her birthday, then presented a gift. Soren searched for words, saying she would be grateful for anything he gave. Grandpa urged her to accept the present. When she looked, she discovered a deed of sale. The deed showed the address of her brother's restaurant. Grandpa explained that he knew how much she and her brother had kept that place despite trouble with the landlord, and he wanted to reward their effort with a small gift. Soren protested that it was too much, but Grandpa would not take no for an answer. He said the gift was on his bucket list, and he hoped she and her brother would cherish the memories they had worked so hard to preserve. As Soren remembered the early days of her life, the fire, where she was born, and how her brother had raised her, tears came to her eyes. Meanwhile, Grandpa's thoughts ran elsewhere. He had heard talk of development in the area and new land prices were rising. The landlord was a consignment company that did not care for the property, and Grandpa asked his assistant for a background check. The assistant found that the consignment company's listed CEO was actually employed by another firm. That firm turned out to be a landscaping company whose CEO was Park. One by one, the pieces began to fit together in Grandpa's mind. At the same time, Mady called Han and told her he had found that Juan was involved with suspicious real estate dealings. He said the company they used showed almost no income, so he wanted to know where Juan was getting funds. Han replied that the answer was obvious to her. Later, Naren and Hyung arrived at Kengo's house. Naren offered to carry her own things, but Hyung insisted on carrying them. Kengo watched them as they stepped out of the car and smiled to himself. Naren scolded him for smiling instead of rushing over to help with the bags, and Kengo's smile only widened. They all sat down to eat together. Soren was happy to learn the baby would be a boy and teased that he would be a little prince. She wondered what gift she should get him. Kengo then asked Naren about the contract. Naren replied that Kengo had invited them that weekend to discuss work and that everything had been finalized. Their company had agreed to partner with my dear Hyung's online cooking channel. Soren was surprised to learn her brother had a cooking channel. Naren noticed the look on Kengo's face and asked if something was bothering her. He pointed out use of the phrase, my dear, explaining that many people used it affectionately, but right now it also emphasized that Hyung was her fiancé and therefore she had priority when it came to him. She warned that if Naren gave Hyung a hard time, he would take him away. At that moment, Hyung announced that they had visited Naren's grandparents the day before. They told that they had give the blessings they needed. Soren felt happy hearing this. Naren, however, kept thinking to herself that if her parents refused, she would simply run away. Kengo gently told her not to worry about her parents disapproving of the relationship because she already had many people on her side. At that moment, Naren quietly whispered her thanks to him, but he acted as if he could not hear. When she repeated it, he again said he could not hear her. Finally, she shouted thank you several times. Soren told Kengo not to tease her sister-in-law. Soren reflected that since the day she had decided to marry Kengo, every day had been filled with happy moments. In her heart, she prayed that his parents, watching from heaven, could see all this joy. Some time later, Naren went to rest. Hyung looked at Soren and said she looked happy. She told him the same. She added that she wished his leg would heal soon so he could play soccer with his son and teach him taekwondo. Hyung said he had been looking into treatment options and had heard of a highly reputed Korean doctor in the States who specialized in fractures. He planned to get in touch with him. Soren thought back to the past. She said she still remembered that day, how if she had not missed the bus from the academy, Hyung would not have come to pick her up, and she would not have run into that scary man, and Hyung would not have gotten hurt. Hyung told her he was actually glad it had happened. He reminded her that she had reported a fire at a construction site that day, and thanks to her, a middle school child's life had been saved. He said the child was probably grown up now, and might even have a happy family of their own. Kengo, who had been walking behind them, asked when that fire had happened, the fire in the abandoned warehouse in their neighborhood. Then the scene moved back 17 years. Soren, still in school, saw dark clouds gathering and thought it might rain. She muttered to herself that weather forecasts could not be trusted and decided to wait for the bus. As she stood there, she smelled smoke. Looking toward a construction site, she saw a fire and realized someone might be inside. She ran, shouting that there was a fire and asking if anyone was inside the building. She alerted the neighbors, and soon many people were calling the emergency number. Inside that burning site, Kengo was tied up with plastic covers under some welding equipment. The fire burned, but soon the rain began, and the flames started to die down. Soren believed the person inside would be all right because of the rain. She turned to head home, thinking Hyung must be waiting for her. As she walked, a man suddenly appeared behind her and accused her of causing everything. He began to chase her. Terrified, Soren wondered who he was. Just then, Hyung arrived and saved her. He kicked the man and pulled Soren to his side. The man grew angry and ran off. Hyung chased after him despite Soren calling out for him to stop. In the present, Hyung explained that he had run after that man to catch him. The man had climbed onto the wall of a house and escaped to the roof. While dodging the man's knife attack, Hyung had fallen from the second floor. He admitted it had been foolish and that he had been too restless. Soren thanked her brother again for saving her. Hyung reminded her that she had also saved a child from the fire that day. At that moment, Kango spoke. He revealed that the child rescued from the burning construction site 17 years ago had been him. He said he had been kidnapped and tied up, and because of Soren's actions, his life had been saved. Both Soren and Hyung were shocked by his confession. Tears filled Soren's eyes as she realized she and Kango had known each other even before they had formally met. In her heart, she thought how strange it was. She had saved his life, and later he had saved hers. Soren felt that it could not be just a coincidence. She and Kango must have had a special connection that made their paths cross. Kango held her hand and bowed to her. He told her that he had always wanted to say this to the person who had saved his life. He was thankful and promised to cherish the life she had given him and to bring happiness to others. They hugged each other tightly, and even Hyung, watching nearby, felt emotional. Later that night, Hyung gave Soren a birthday present. He explained that it was small, but she was delighted to see it and called it beautiful. Hyung admitted that now, seeing it up close, he didn't really like it. Soren insisted it looked nice. He pointed out that her grandfather had bought her a building, and this small necklace could not compare. Soren replied that expensive did not always mean better. Kango said the necklace was expensive too, but nothing could compare to the building. Soren explained that while she was grateful for the building, the necklace felt even more meaningful. Hyung teased her, asking if she didn't really like the building. She reassured him that it was not that. At that moment, Kango kissed her forehead and fastened the necklace around her neck. He told her that his life was complete because of her and that he loved her. She confessed that she loved him too. That night, they stayed together. The next morning, when Kango woke up, he asked Soren about something that did not add up. She reminded him that his kidnapper had supposedly turned himself in. Soren explained that he had given a statement claiming he attempted suicide because he was unhappy with his life and had decided to kidnap him so that he don't want to be alone before taking his last breath. After his release from prison, he got into a car and ultimately died. She asked about her height at the time he was kidnapped. He replied that it had been about the same as now. She pointed out the first strange thing. Why would the kidnapper randomly decide to target a boy who was around 6 feet tall? Usually, people target someone weaker. Kango realized what she meant and asked if she thought there was a high chance the kidnapping was planned. Soren nodded and added another unusual detail. She wondered why the arsonist had suddenly turned himself in. Circumstantial evidence suggested that the man who tried to hurt her had also set the warehouse fire. While it made sense that he had acted impulsively after she called 911, it was strange that he had calmed down within a few days and voluntarily turned himself in. Perhaps someone had influenced him. Kango agreed and added that the kidnapped him have killed him after he was released. Soren asked if they could meet the kidnapper's family. Hyung said he would look them up and that it should not be too difficult. Later, Soren and Hyung visited the kidnapper's house. Kango politely thanked the lady for taking the time to speak with them. He said he understood she might want to put the matter behind her, but they had a few questions. He asked if her husband had done anything unusual either before or after turning himself in. The lady explained that he had been struggling with depression after his business failed, but that was all. Soren noticed a family photo and remarked that her late husband had looked very happy when the photo was taken, opening his academy before the kidnapping and fire. She asked where he had found the money to start the academy after his business had failed. She clarified that they were not looking to take legal action or reopen the case. They simply wanted to know the truth. Kango had almost died, and they needed to understand everything clearly. Soren felt that Kango deserved to know the full story of what had happened that night. The lady, clearly frightened, explained that one day her husband had come home carrying a large amount of cash. He had told her that if they waited a little longer, they would receive even more money. Then the fire had broken out. When she visited him in jail, he had kept repeating the same thing, that they would get the money once he was released. She admitted that she did not know anything beyond that and confessed that she had been too scared when her husband died to even tell the police. She apologized, her voice trembling. Once outside the car, Soren told Kango that she was now certain someone had forced him into doing it. It had all been a deliberate plan to hurt him. Kango asked who could do such a thing and why anyone would want to kill a middle school child. Soren replied that someone out there had benefited from his death and that they needed to find out who it could be. Meanwhile, Jin-song's mother was shown on a phone call, asking if the groundwork had been laid and if the plan had been carried out. The scene cut to the house being set on fire. At the same time, Grandpa received a phone call very early in the morning. Surprised, he answered and learned from the police that his little sister's house had caught fire. Later, at the funeral, Grandpa stood solemnly in front of his sister and brother-in-law, thinking that he had lost another loved one to fire. Kango and Soren arrived at the funeral, and Kango asked Soren if he could speak with her outside. Outside, Kango explained that his grandaunt's old refrigerator had exploded. He mentioned that there had been occasional news reports over the years about certain refrigerators being prone to explosions as they aged, which had led to investigations. He speculated that few minor explosions had occurred, and since his late great-aunt had no children, she would have inherited a large share of Grandpa's estate. Soren was shocked, realizing the gravity of the situation. She thought that if Kango were out of the picture, all the inheritance would go to Jin-song's family. She reflected on the string of tragedies, Kango parents' deaths in the fire, the kidnapping, the fire at her brother's restaurant, and now the death of her great-aunt. Kango, piecing things together, understood who was behind everything. He explained that Jin-song's mother had connections with politicians, meaning that even if she reported her to the police, she could escape trouble. Kango reassured Soren that while she could protect him as his wife, he would always protect her, just as he always had. At the funeral, Jin-song's parents approached and offered their condolences, praising his late sister as a kind soul who had done much good in the world and suggesting she was now in a better place. Grandpa accepted their condolences politely, smiling faintly, and thanked them. The next day, Soren was lost in deep thought. She told herself that if their suspicions were true, they would need to gather every piece of evidence and context behind Jin-sang's mother actions. But the fire that had killed Kango's parents had happened so long ago, and she wondered if it was somehow connected to other cases from that time. Just then, Mady entered the room and reminded her about the man who had once bumped into their car. He revealed that the man's name was Hwan and that he had found some shocking information about him. Soren recalled that she had heard about Hwan's links to a large corporation and suspected that this was why Mady had been meeting with the Hans so often these days. Mady admitted that her guess was correct and confessed that he had uncovered even darker truths while digging into Hwan's past. He explained that Hwan, along with his older brother, had been involved in shady dealings. Their father had once been the CEO of a company secretly controlled by a gangster. That man had eventually died of an illness while under investigation for several incidents. Then, Mady revealed something that shocked Soren even more. Hwan and Park were actually brothers of Jin-song's mother. Hearing this, Soren's mind raced. Suddenly, all the puzzle pieces began to fall into place. She felt that the truth was finally becoming clear, as if everything they had suspected was now being confirmed. Mady noticed the look on her face and guessed that she had realized something. He pointed out that the Jin-sang mother seemed strangely drawn to fire and suggested that perhaps they had even been responsible for burning down her brother's restaurant. Soren was stunned and asked what he meant. Mady explained that the owner of that very building had worked for Hwan until only recently. The revelation left her shaken, and she thought that maybe all the fires around them had indeed been the work of Jin-song's mother. Meanwhile, Hwan was shown sitting inside his car. He made a phone call to his sister and told her to scrap all of their plans, warning her that Park had been summoned to the prosecutor's office and that he himself was about to be questioned soon. His sister refused, insisting that the plan had been in motion for decades. She said she had waited many years for this opportunity, believing it was finally time for her beloved Jin-sang to inherit the family wealth. Hwan angrily told her to wake up, reminding her that she no longer had anyone to carry out her dirty work. In the middle of his shouting, he lost control of his car and crashed once again. Jin-song's mother, however, remained undeterred. She thought to herself that those fools would not stop her. Determined, she resolved to continue her plan alone. Soon after, she met a real estate agent who noticed her tense phone call and asked if it had been something serious. She explained that it was only her brother complaining drunkenly about his life. The agent reminded her about the urgency of the building deal, warning that if she did not pay by the end of the month, the landlord would sell to another buyer. She also reminded her that her reputation as a realtor was on the line, since she managed most property sales in the neighborhood. She reassured him not to worry and promised she would arrange the money within the month. In her mind, she thought with determination that she would sort everything out before the deadline and make sure her plan succeeded. Later, Soren and Kengo were shown together in a car. Soren remarked that Kengo's grandpa would surely be shocked when he heard the truth. Kengo calmly replied that his grandfather, once the head of a powerful company, was a sharp and capable man who likely already had an idea of what was going on. Soren warned him that they still needed to be cautious, as Ginseng's mother might have planted spies close to his grandfather. Kengo agreed, pointing out that even the doctor his grandfather often spoke to and the driver who drove him regularly could not be fully trusted. Soren was still in disbelief, struggling to accept how Ginseng's mother could kill people and sacrifice years of her life just for money and power. But Kengo assured her that soon, the woman would realize that this time it was they who were laying a plan against her. Finally, when the two of them met Kengo's grandfather, the old man welcomed them and admitted that he was glad they had come to visit. With a heavy expression, he told them that there was something he had been keeping from them, something he needed to finally reveal. Soren quietly signaled to Grandpa to stay silent. At that moment, it was shown that the driver was secretly listening to their conversation. Sensing the tension, Grandpa quickly changed the subject. He smiled faintly and began talking about how much he wished to have grandchildren in his life, deliberately avoiding the main topic. While he kept talking, Soren scribbled a message on a piece of paper and slid it to him, asking if the doctor had diagnosed him with any illness. Grandpa, without speaking, wrote back that he had been told he was suffering from late-stage lung cancer. He explained in writing that the disease had been discovered very late because the symptoms had seemed like nothing more than a common cold. Soren leaned closer to his ear and whispered softly that he might not actually be sick, urging him to come with them for a second opinion at a different hospital. Kengo also wrote a note, telling Grandpa that he was sure the old man also had suspicions about someone after the Great Death and that they would need to set some bait. Suddenly, Kengo spoke up loudly, announcing that he and Soren were getting a divorce. He said it in such a way that the driver could clearly hear every word. The driver, shocked by the news, quickly carried it to Ginseng's mother. Upon hearing it, she was overjoyed. She thought to herself that this was wonderful news, and even the universe seemed to be helping her. She had been worried that killing them both at the same time might raise suspicion, but now she only needed to get rid of Kengo. Ginseng's mother then called a man named Mr. Huang and asked if he was keeping an eye on Kengo. Huang reassured her that he was monitoring Kengo's every move. He told her that Kengo had recently bought an old factory and had been visiting it alone every Wednesday to check on the facilities and renovations. Ginseng's mother replied that she knew she could count on Huang. Since she could no longer use her brothers, she told him that he would now have to handle the job. In her mind, she thought darkly about how old factories tended to catch fire so easily. The next day, at Soren's office, everyone was whispering about her supposed divorce. Judging by her expression, they gossiped that perhaps Kengo had discovered she had only married him for money. Mady overheard them and scolded his juniors, telling them they had no idea what Soren was really like and should keep quiet. He reminded them they had been talking about her for 5 minutes straight and should return to their work. The staff quickly dispersed. Mady then walked up to Soren, who was sitting with a sad expression. He remarked that her acting was incredible and that she had divorce written all over her face. Soren replied softly that she was not acting at all and truly missed Kengo, tears spilling from her eyes. Mady felt satisfied to see her display of emotion. He said he knew they shared a true love and guessed that even someone as clever as Soren, capable of devising such dangerous plans, was helpless when it came to Kengo. Meanwhile, at Kengo's office, Naren stormed in angrily. She demanded that he be honest with her, saying the rumors about their divorce could not be true because the two of them would never do something like that. Kengo replied that the rumors were true and that they had signed the papers the previous week. Naren refused to believe him, claiming that the gloomy look on his face was just an act. But Kengo insisted it was not an act, though inside, he was still missing Soren deeply. Then the story shifted to a few days earlier. Soren had told Kengo that Jinsang's mother would target them first, not his grandfather. She explained that even if Jinsang's mother decided to strike at his grandfather initially, they could divert attention back toward themselves. Kengo had asked how she planned to do that, and she told him that by using her method, they could catch Jinsang's mother red-handed when she tried to set the building on fire to kill them. Kengo objected to the idea, but Soren argued that it was the fastest way. He then suggested that they get a divorce. She had been shocked and asked why all of a sudden. Kengo told her to calm down and listen. He explained that if the two people who were said to inherit the chairman's fortune were to die on the same day, everyone would immediately suspect Jinsang's mother. That would make her more careful and ruin their plan. Instead, they had to push her into taking action without thinking too much about the consequences. Only then would they have a better chance of catching her in the act. Soren had once offered herself as bait, but Kengo had refused. He told her he could never let her do something so dangerous on her own. At that moment, he pulled her into his arms and whispered that she should just trust him. He promised he would never put himself in reckless danger, and he said that seeing her harmed would be the most painful thing he could ever go through. With quiet determination, he begged her to listen to him. In the present, Grandpa asked his driver to take him to a hospital in another town, saying he wanted to get tested there. The driver hesitated, pointing out that the town was too far and that Grandpa's health was too weak for such a trip. He suggested visiting Dr. Jang instead, but Grandpa insisted, saying that old people often became overly cautious and he wanted a second test. The driver tried again, telling him that Dr. Jang was an excellent doctor and that he should trust the results. But Grandpa's expression hardened. He asked the driver if he knew what else old people tended to develop. When the driver looked confused, Grandpa explained that he had once possessed a sharp eye for observation. Back when he ran a company, he could easily tell when people were lying, hiding something, or feeling nervous. He said he could see the same signs in the driver now and demanded to know what Jinsang's mother had over him. He promised he would take care of it. Unable to hold back, the driver fell to his knees and apologized. He admitted that Jinsang's mother had threatened his wife and daughter, who were living abroad. She told him she could easily plant spies around them and warned that their safety would not be guaranteed if he failed to follow her orders. Soon after, Kengo called Grandpa. He reported that the list of Jinsang's mother's crimes was growing: fraud, blackmail, and even more. Grandpa replied that she seemed to place great trust in Huang, and it was Huang who knew much more than expected. He revealed that the plan to burn down the old factory was set for Wednesday at 10 o'clock at night. Grandpa admitted he would have never allowed such a risky plan if it weren't for Soren's plan. With a stern voice, he warned Kengo that if he got even a single scratch, he would never forgive him. Kengo reassured him, saying that this time it would be Jinsang's mother who paid the price. Meanwhile, Soren had moved into a hotel, where she was now staying with Kengo. Sitting alone, she worried that maybe she had made a mistake in suggesting such a risky plan. She thought about what would happen if Kengo got hurt and whispered to herself how much she missed him. At that very moment, the doorbell rang. When she opened it, Kengo was standing there. She threw her arms around him and they kissed deeply. In her heart, she thought that no matter what happened, he always showed up for her. She believed with certainty that he would come home safe again this time, just as he always had. That night, they held each other close and stayed together. The next morning, Kengo told her that the day had finally arrived. He said everything would end today. Soren felt relieved when she heard that Grandpa had already gotten his tests done at another hospital, just as they had expected. She admitted she had feared for a moment that his illness might be real. She then turned to Kengo, worried that he might get hurt. But Kengo reassured her that she didn't need to worry at all, because it was he who had carefully built this plan. They had made the plan together with Han and Mady, determined to expose Jinsong's mother and her brother's crimes. All they needed was one piece of conclusive evidence. Soren made him promise once again that he would not do anything dangerous. He promised, saying nothing bad would happen to him. When he stepped out of the hotel room, Soren's heart was still heavy. She reminded herself that tonight, at 10 o'clock, everything would unfold. She thought that Kengo only needed to leave the building before the fire started, and everything would be fine. With her hands clasped tightly, she prayed for him to return home safely. By 7 o'clock, Kengo looked at his watch. He told himself that he would start his usual routine, arriving at the factory just as he always did. He decided to take the same route he had always taken so that nothing seemed suspicious. He was certain that Jinsong's mother was watching him from somewhere, and he needed to make sure she believed everything was normal. But then, as he walked, he noticed movement behind him. When he turned around, he saw several men following him closely. At the same time, Soren remained in her hotel room, silently praying for his safety. Suddenly, her phone rang. It was Yeonhui on the line. In a panicked voice, Yeonhui asked if she had seen the news and told her to turn on the television immediately. She saw a massive factory fire. Flames were growing stronger, and firefighters were struggling to put it out despite using updated equipment. Among the buildings, one stood out. It was the Kengo building. At the same time, Yeonhui kept calling out urgently, asking if the Soren was listening, saying she is already on the way to the hotel and asking Soren to come down to the lobby. News reports mentioned that one Kengo was still trapped inside the burning building, though the authorities were not sure whether that person was alive or not. Hearing this, Soren's phone slipped from her hands. Tears rolled down her face as she cried helplessly. Far away, Jinsong's mother was at home, watching a video. In it, Hwang had made Kengo faint and then set the building on fire. She laughed cruelly as she watched the recording. Meanwhile, in the car, Maidi, Yeonhui, and Soren were heading toward the hotel. Maidi told Soren that the incident was supposed to happen at 10 o'clock, but strangely, it had taken place 3 hours earlier. Soren replied that she didn't know the reason either. Yeonhui, sitting with them, was completely unaware of what was going on and remained confused. Soon after, Hwang, who had started the fire, called Jinsong's mother. He asked if she enjoyed the video he had sent. She replied that she loved it and praised his work. Hwang then said he didn't have time to chat and demanded the rest of the money. She told him that she needed to see the body first before sending more. Hwang grew angry, reminding her that this was not part of their agreement. He warned that doing dirty jobs for her and her brothers had brought them into trouble with the prosecutor, and now they were being hunted. He threatened that if she failed to keep her promise, they would come after her instead. Jinsong's mother calmly told him that she had already given enough money for him to smuggle himself out of the country. She advised him to lay low for a while and assured him that a lot of money would soon come his way. After this, she called the old man's driver to ask about him. The driver informed her that the old man had gone into shock after hearing the news and was being taken to the hospital. He added that the old man did not seem to be doing well. Jinsong's mother commented that his condition would probably worsen since he had just lost his grandson. But in reality, the old man was sitting calmly in front of the driver, eating apples without any sign of distress. The driver then spoke honestly to the old man, confessing that he was worried about Kengo. He explained that Jinsong's mother had told him the fire would happen at 10 o'clock, but she had carried out her plan 3 hours earlier. The old man replied firmly that Kengo was his grandson and was always 2 steps ahead of everyone. At the same time, Han was rushing toward the building. She quickly informed Soren not to worry, explaining that Kengo was safe and had been taken to the nearest hospital, not the factory. She promised to send the address. Soren anxiously asked where Kengo was injured, but Han apologized, saying she could not talk any longer, and then hung up. The next moment showed Han standing before a group of men. She had arrived with her department and ordered them to capture the criminals who were trying to smuggle themselves out of the country. Her team moved quickly and caught them. Back at home, Jinsong's mother was celebrating in her mind. She believed everything was over and imagined how happy her son Jinsang would be. In her thoughts, she saw herself surrounded by wealth and claimed that all the money was hers now, and also her son's. But as she was dreaming, she suddenly felt a sharp cut on her leg, and blood appeared. She woke up from her dream startled, wondering what kind of strange vision that was. At that very moment, Jinhee appeared in front of her. Shocked, Jinsong's mother asked why she hadn't made any sound, saying she thought it was a ghost. Jinhee replied coldly, questioning how her mother could fall asleep in such a situation. Jinsong's mother asked what she meant and if something was wrong. She demanded to know why Jinhee was staring at her that way. But Jinhee simply turned away and left without saying more, leaving her mother wondering what her problem was. At the hospital, Soren was shown running desperately. She didn't even wait for the elevator, choosing instead to climb the stairs as fast as she could. Mady followed her but couldn't keep up. He thought to himself that it must be the power of love giving her such strength. Soren continued running, whispering wishes for Kango to be safe. Finally, she reached the room and saw him lying there with an oxygen mask on his face. Overwhelmed, she held him close, begged him to open his eyes, and cried uncontrollably. Then Jin sang, who asked his mother if it was true that Soren had gotten a divorce. His mother was startled and asked where he had heard such a thing, calling it terrible. She wondered aloud why Soren and Kango had seemed so affectionate toward each other recently. Jinsang then told her that he wanted to try winning Soren back and that this time he would treat her well. Hearing this, his mother lost control and slapped him, scolding him for still being hung up on that girl. She told him to get a grip, but then quickly apologized, saying she hadn't meant to hit him. She explained that she had only discovered what kind of terrible person Soren truly was, and she was afraid that Soren might trick him again. Calling him her sweetheart, she gently touched his cheek and said she was sorry. At that moment, the doorbell rang. Jinhee went to check, and it turned out to be the police. They entered the house and immediately arrested Jinsong's mother, stating that she was being taken in for inciting murder, arson, and several other related crimes. Meanwhile, Mady was still waiting on the hospital stairs. He was on the phone with Han, who told him to go check on Kango and report back about his condition. Mady asked about her instead, wanting to know if she was safe. Han assured him that she was fine and thanked him for his concern. Inside the hospital room, Kango finally regained consciousness. Soren, overwhelmed with relief, hugged him tightly. Kango asked her if she would marry him again. With tears in her eyes, she promised that this time she would marry him for real. The story then returned to Jinsong's mother, who was being interrogated by the police. They asked if she intended to deny all the charges. She replied arrogantly, asking if they had any proof. She claimed that the accusations were baseless and threatened that once she got out, she would make the person behind this pay, along with the police themselves. The officers then showed her pictures of Huang involved. She was visibly shocked, realizing they had camera footage. She thought to herself that there shouldn't have been any working cameras at the factory, as the ones installed there were supposed to be broken. The police revealed that she must not have known that Kango himself had repaired one of the cameras right before the fire. Upon hearing this, she grew furious, cursing him and calling him a bastard who had betrayed her even from the grave. Out loud, she pretended ignorance and asked what the photographs had to do with her. The officers then presented recordings of her phone calls with the criminals, along with her own voice on record. She tried to dismiss it, insisting someone must have used her voice to frame her. But the police explained that they had not received these recordings from her criminal partners, but from another source. She continued to deny everything, yet inside, she was already plotting her escape. She believed that once she got out, her wealth would protect her and allow her to destroy everyone standing in her way. Just then, Han entered the room and introduced herself. Jinsong's mother immediately recognized her as the investigator who had once arrested her brother. Han remarked that she was impressed by how calm the woman remained even while being confronted with so much evidence. Jinsong's mother replied that she could stay calm because she had done nothing wrong. Han then leaned forward and said she wondered if Jinsong's mother could stay just as calm after hearing the truth, that Kango was still alive. The news left Jinsong's mother completely stunned. She shouted in disbelief, insisting that it was impossible for him to have survived the fire. Han only smiled. A flashback was then shown. It revealed that when the criminals attacked Kingo, he fought back but was eventually overpowered and fell to the ground. Believing he was unconscious, the men celebrated, thinking they had succeeded, and decided to set the place on fire. But in reality, Kingo had not fainted. He remained conscious and, with immense effort, managed to escape from the burning building. Though he struggled to breathe and almost collapsed in the flames, the thought of living for Soren gave him the strength to push through. Han and her officers found him outside and rushed him to the hospital in time. Then the scene showed Soren and Kingo going to meet Grandpa. The old man opened his arms wide, inviting them for a hug. Kingo stepped forward and embraced his grandfather, softly apologizing for troubling him. Tears welled up in Grandpa's eyes as he looked at both of them. He told Kingo and Soren that now, seeing the two of them together and happy, he could only feel pride. He said their future ahead looked bright, and he was proud of them both. At that moment, tears rolled down from all three of their eyes, a moment filled with love, relief, and unspoken gratitude. The next day, Naren, Hyung, Yeonhui, Hongchan, and Maidi came to visit Soren and Kingo at their home. Naren looked at Kingo and said that if the escape route had been blocked, he would not even be alive with them now. Hongchan added that if those men had killed him before setting the fire, they would have already lost him. Maidi also agreed, saying that Kingo had risked his life and almost didn't make it. Yeonhui pointed out that if he had not survived, Soren would have been left as a widow. Maidi reminded him that everyone had agreed to the plan, but the problem was that Kingo had put himself in unnecessary danger. He said that Kingo had almost lost his life because of that decision. Meanwhile, Kingo wondered why no one was giving him credit. He thought to himself that he had acted well, escaped on time, and managed everything perfectly. At that moment, Soren showed her appreciation, and Kingo felt as if her words were the only approval he needed. He thought to himself that she was his angel, and only her opinion mattered. But his excitement faded when Soren reminded him that he should have rushed out as soon as he realized the enemy had changed their plan. Still, she told him not to be discouraged, because they were all safe now. Maidi then turned to Soren and asked if she was simply afraid of losing Kingo. He said they were lucky this time because Jinsong's mother had acted in haste. She had rushed her plan since the building she was trying to purchase was about to be sold to someone else. But in reality, it wasn't even a good building, it was just a place behind a high school on a side street. Hongchan then looked at Kingo and asked if that building was the same one he had bought to use as his studio. Kingo confirmed that it was. He explained that once a trap is set, the prey must be lured into it. He had created this plan intentionally so that Jinsong's mother would rush and make mistakes. But even after his explanation, everyone said he seemed like a scary man. Kingo thought again that no one was complimenting him, even though he had done everything right. Soren then asked him how the police had managed to secure both the fire footage and the recordings of the phone calls between Jinsong's mother and Hwang. Kingo only had the footage of himself leaving the factory, so it was a mystery. At that point, Maidi explained what had actually happened. Meanwhile, Jinsong's mother was shown behind bars. She angrily told her family that she was being framed and insisted she had done nothing wrong. She shouted at them to hire a lawyer and get her released. Her husband looked at her with disgust and said that sharing a bed with someone like her felt like sleeping beside a demon. Trembling with rage, she asked how any of this made sense when all the evidence was only against her. Jinhee then spoke to her coldly. She revealed that when her mother had fallen asleep in the study room a few days earlier, she had used her fingerprint to unlock her phone. She had then sent everything she found directly to the police. Jinsong's mother turned desperately to her son and asked him if he believed that his mother was innocent. She pleaded with him, saying she would never do such a thing. But Jinseng cut her off, telling her not to dare call his name. He said that he already felt sick knowing that he had been born from someone as evil as her. With that, he stood up and left, along with everyone else, leaving her completely alone. Next day, Soren was sleeping peacefully, but when she reached for Kingo beside her, she found the bed empty. She woke up and noticed beautiful undergarments and a dress placed out for her. She realized he wanted her to wear them. She got dressed and stepped outside, where she noticed that the treehouse had been decorated with flowers. She climbed up, and just then, Kengo appeared behind her, kneeling down. He looked at her with a smile and asked if she would say yes. He presented her with a ring. Soren was surprised and reminded him that they already had wedding bands. But Kengo explained that this ring was to celebrate their remarriage. She climbed down, and he gently slipped the ring onto her finger. Looking into her eyes, Kengo confessed that he had loved her for a very long time, even before he realized their fates were tied together. He admitted he had not known their story had already begun, but from the very first moment, loving her had been his destiny. He promised to love her for all the years to come. With tears in her eyes, Soren promised the same, that she too would love him for the years ahead. Soren's heart was full as she looked at Kengo. She thought to herself that no matter how many times she heard his declaration of love, it always melted her heart. She believed that no matter how many times they said, "I love you," they would always mean it. She knew that no matter how much they loved each other, they would continue to fall in love all over again. To her, marriage meant a life filled with love every single day, and she felt their new story was just beginning. A side story was then shown about Han a few years earlier, during her university days with Maddie. Han remembered how she had once desperately needed a scholarship, while Maddie was always the top student in their year. After years of effort, she finally became the top student herself and received the scholarship. She thought proudly that she could now cut back on her part-time job and use that time to focus on her studies. But soon after, she overheard that Maddie had missed an exam because he had overslept after drinking too much the night before. Han could not believe it. She knew he liked to have fun and was easygoing at times, but when it came to important things, he was extremely disciplined. There was no way he would ever act irresponsibly. She wondered if he had skipped the exam on purpose. She told herself that she was foolish for even comparing herself to him, thinking she was nothing special, just one of the many women who admired him. Years later, while Han was in her office, she suddenly received a call. On the other end, Maddie introduced himself and reminded her that they had gone to the same college. Hearing his voice made her nervous. She wondered why her heart was racing, as if she had been transported back in time. She thought she had long forgotten him, but in that moment, she felt foolish and realized that her feelings for him had never truly disappeared. When she finally met him again during Jinsong's mother's case, Han acted cold in front of him. But inside, her heart was trembling. She asked herself if she even had the right to feel something for him. Maddie was far out of her reach. He was the son of the next Prime Minister of Korea, intelligent, bright, and kind. She told herself not to let his smile affect her, but the warmth of it made her want to confess how much she had missed him. She struggled to hold herself back and decided she should simply focus on her work and keep her feelings hidden for the rest of her life. Returning to the present, a few days later, Han received a call from Kengo. He told her that there was something he wanted to discuss regarding the case, and suggested they meet at Maddie's birthday party the next day. Han agreed. At Maddie's birthday celebration, when Han arrived, Maddie greeted her warmly. He told her that even though they had been seeing each other often lately, it was still wonderful to see her, and he thanked her for coming. Han replied coldly, asking if he didn't find it strange that she was there, since only people on the guest list were allowed in. She explained that she had not been invited by him, but by Kengo. Maddie apologized, while Han, hiding her emotions, pretended not to mind. Outwardly, she said it didn't matter, but inside, she admitted to herself that she knew his birthday by heart, just like a girlfriend who secretly hoped her boyfriend would remember their anniversary, even though she was nothing to him. Later, Han, Maddie, Kengo, and Soren sat together to discuss the case. Once the meeting was over, Han went outside to the basement car parking. She thought to herself that after Jinsong's mother's case was over, she and Maddie had no reason to keep in contact anymore. Their partnership had ended, and she told herself she was grateful that he had immediately stopped reaching out to her. But deep down, she hated the loneliness of being strong on her own. Just then, she heard Maddie's voice warning her to watch out. A criminal had suddenly rushed toward her to attack. Before she could react, Maddie stepped in and stopped the man, punching him hard. The criminal tried to escape, and Maddie ran after him. Han called out, begging him to stop, but he didn't listen. In the struggle, the criminal pulled out a knife and stabbed Mady in the stomach before running away. Han rushed to him in tears and immediately called for help. Her heart broke as she thought about why he had risked his life for her. At the hospital, Mady finally opened his eyes. When he woke, he saw Han sitting right beside him. With tears in her eyes, she whispered softly that he was awake. She endured why he had run after that dangerous criminal, knowing he carried a knife in his hand. Later, Mady called her and said he was in pain. She thanked him, but he told her that all he wanted was for her to see how deeply he felt. He admitted that he had not held on tight enough for her to realize it before. Sitting beside her, he reminded her that she still owed him a favor and told her he was going to call it in now. He added that if she had a problem with him, she could always sue him. Then, without hesitation, he kissed her and said they should try dating for a month. He promised she would not regret this decision and was sure that by the end of the month, she would be left wanting more. Han, however, told him not to put a deadline on their feelings. She leaned forward and kissed him again. A few days later, Mady came to Soren's place where everyone was gathered. He announced loudly that he and Han were now in a relationship, but nobody paid him much attention. Soren was busy trying to listen to her nephew, while Hongchan and Yeonhui were happily playing with their child. Hyung and Kengo were focused on testing new recipes. Frustrated, Mady shouted, asking why nobody seemed surprised. Kengo looked at him, confused, and asked what he was talking about. Mady explained that he and Han were in love and were officially together. Soren calmly replied that everyone already knew and believed the two of them were meant to be, so it was not such a shocking announcement. Disappointed, Mady asked if they could at least show some interest. But everyone soon moved on to prepare for lunch. Mady thought to himself that he had expected excitement and surprise, but instead, he only felt left out. At that moment, Mady's mother called him, saying it was urgent and that his father wanted to meet Han. It was then revealed that Mady's father was the next Prime Minister of Korea. The scene shifted to Han sitting with Mady's father. Han worried silently that his son had been stabbed because of her, and she believed there was no way he would ever support their relationship. But to her surprise, his father said that his son had taken the knife in her place. He explained that Mady could be immature at times, but risking his life for her meant he must love her very deeply. He praised Han, saying she was a wonderful person. Han nervously asked what he meant, and he explained further, suggesting they should marry soon and asking if the next month would be all right with her. At that moment, Mady and his mother walked in. His mother scolded her husband, saying she had warned him not to meet Han alone, as his stern face could easily frighten her. Mady quickly pulled his father outside, telling him it was time to leave. Later, his mother came to Han and apologized, saying her husband might have seemed rude. With that, both parents gave their approval to Han. Afterward, Han and Mady were seen sitting together in the car under the night sky. She admitted she had thought his father would oppose their relationship. Mady laughed and said the only person who might ever stand against them was her, as she was the biggest possible villain in their own love story. She smiled and said she must have been a national hero in her past life to be this lucky. Mady replied that he was the lucky one instead. She then suggested that maybe they were both lucky. Looking out at the twinkling lights outside the car window, she thought about how he made her laugh and warmed her heart. She realized how beautiful it was to love someone and be loved in return, a world she had never known before. Meanwhile, Hyung's restaurant was shown full of customers. Some time ago, Naren had suggested he make a commercial for an online video platform. He had done so reluctantly, but soon after, customers began pouring in, making the restaurant busier than ever. Hyung was grateful, but with his injured leg, the workload became overwhelming. One night, after closing the restaurant, he told a visitor that they were closed. The woman replied gently, calling him her grown-up son. Hyung froze in shock, realizing it was his biological mother. He remembered how, in the past, she had once told him that he should feel guilty for ruining her life and that his very birth had been a burden. Her eyes filled with bitterness. She demanded to know how he planned to repay her, accusing him of stealing her life. Her words were harsh, and she cursed him, calling him ungrateful. Hyung remembered how his childhood had been ruined because of her. She had been an alcoholic with a gambling addiction, and she often beat him. His life had been nothing but misery until one day his father finally took him away and ran. That was how he had eventually met Soren's mother. Now, as they sat together in the restaurant, his mother told him she had recognized him right away in the commercial, claiming she was his mother after all. She remarked that he must have made a fortune, but Hyung firmly asked her to leave. He told her he did not think of her as his mother anymore. His mother then threatened him, saying she could go to the press and expose him as someone who mistreated his own mother. She demanded compensation, insisting he owed her for giving birth to him and raising him. She added that he would not want to see his own mother suffer. Just then, Naren's mother stepped in. She told Hyung's mother that although she herself might not be the best mother, Hyung's mother was far worse, and she should leave immediately before she embarrassed herself further. Hyung's mother angrily asked who she was. Naren's mother calmly introduced herself as Hyung's mother-in-law. A few days earlier, Naren's parents had been scolded by her grandparents. They told them that simply giving birth to a child did not make them true parents. They accused them of always neglecting Naren, using work as an excuse, and even opposing her marriage. They reminded them how, when Naren was little, she had waited outside their room for hours, clutching her toy, just to feel a little love from them, but all she ever heard was that they were busy and had no time. Her grandparents told them that money could never buy happiness and demanded that they apologize to their daughter. They urged them to admit they had failed as parents and to ask her for one last chance. They were certain Naren would forgive them if they showed genuine remorse. Back in the present, Naren's mother warned Hyung's mother to leave quickly before things escalated. Hyung's mother muttered angrily, questioning who she thought she was, and then stormed out. Soon after, Naren herself walked into the restaurant. Her mother asked how she knew she would be there, and Naren explained that her father had told her. At that moment, Hyung's father also arrived, and they all sat together. Naren's parents politely introduced themselves to Hyung, saying they were sorry for the late introduction. Hyung responded warmly and introduced himself in return. Her father then asked Naren how she was feeling. She told him she was fine but questioned why they were asking such things. She said she could tell something was going on and admitted she was uncomfortable with them suddenly showing up like this. Her mother's eyes filled with regret as she confessed that they were sorry for everything. She admitted that they had made many mistakes without even realizing it. She said they had given birth to her but failed to fulfill their duties as parents. She told Naren that they had no right to ask for forgiveness now, but if Naren was willing, they wanted one last chance. They asked her to call them when her child was born and apologized for all the pain they had caused. Before leaving, they asked Hyung to give their daughter a happy life and to take care of her. After they left, Naren's eyes filled with tears. Hyung thought about how she had once told him that she had never truly hated her parents. Deep inside, she loved them, and that was why she had been so hurt and lonely. For years, she had struggled without realizing how much their rejection had wounded her. Today, she finally received the apology and acknowledgement she had always longed for. The pain from her childhood had created a hollow place in her heart, but now, even if it was late, there was hope that it could begin to heal. Few months later in the morning, Soren woke up suddenly with a thought in her mind. She quickly woke Kango and told him that they needed to go to the airport to pick up Hyung, who had been abroad for his treatment. Without wasting time, they rushed to Naren's place first and brought her along in the car. On the way, Soren gently asked Naren if she missed him, reminding her that it had already been 2 months since she had last seen him. She told Naren not to cry when she finally met him. Naren tried to act strong, saying that she would not cry. She knew the medical cost of Hyung's leg treatment had been very expensive, but she also remembered how her grandparents had stepped in to pay for the surgery, calling it a gift for their great-grandson. Soon, the three of them were waiting anxiously at the airport. When Hyung finally appeared, he surprised everyone by jumping toward Naren with ease. Once, he had not even been able to move like that, but now, after his successful treatment, his legs carried him freely. Naren could not hold back her tears as she rushed to him and hugged him tightly, whispering that she had missed him. Young embraced her warmly and admitted he had missed her just as much. Soren also joined in, smiling through her emotions, and told her brother that she had missed him too. In her heart, she thought about how far he had come, how his legs had healed completely, and how now they were only waiting for the arrival of his baby. Few days later, it was day for Soren and Kengo remarriage. Soren stood before everyone with gratitude. She apologized for the confusion they had once caused when they had briefly separated, but assured everyone that now they were together again. She thanked all those who had come to celebrate such a special day with them. She then turned to her brother and sister-in-law, blessing them and wishing that their baby would be born healthy and strong. She also wished happiness for her friends Hongchan and Yeonhui and their child, as well as for Maidi and Han themselves. But inside, Soren carried a secret she had not shared with anyone yet. Suddenly, as if life itself decided to reveal it, she felt sick and had to rush away to vomit. It was then she realized she was carrying another little angel waiting to come into the world. Kengo's heart filled with joy when he found out. Soren told him that she had been planning to visit the doctor the following week to confirm everything before telling him. With a shy smile, she asked what he thought of giving their baby the nickname Love. Kengo's eyes welled with tears, and he pulled her into a tight embrace. In that moment, Soren thought about their journey together. They had faced so many challenges, moments of sadness, fear, and pain. But through all of it, they had discovered the sweetest reward, a new life that symbolized joy, happiness, and above all, love. And with that, it comes to an end. I know I made some mistakes while saying their names and also some grammatical errors, and I'm very sorry for that. I'll try my best in the next video not to repeat them. Thank you for still watching and accepting my flaws. Also, we're very close to reaching 1,000 subscribers, so if you haven't subscribed yet, please do. Your support means a lot.